the Senate of the United States, a resolution to establish a select committee of the Senate to conduct an investigation and study of the extent, if any, to which illegal, improper, or unethical activities were engaged in by any persons, acting individually or in combination with others, in the presidential election of 1972, or any campaign, canvass, or other activity related to it.
From Washington, NPAC brings you gavel-to-gavel videotape coverage of today's hearings by the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities. Here is NPAC senior correspondent Robert McNeil.
Good evening. For the first time today, hot partisan political feelings erupted at the Senate Watergate hearings, an indication of how the temperature will rise as the parade of witnesses grows in eminence and notoriety. The witness all day today was the most prominent so far, Maurice Stans, the former Commerce Secretary who raised the money for Mr. Nixon's re-election. Mr. Stans was subjected to some of the toughest questioning yet seen in 4 weeks of hearings.
Now, for those of you who may be planning to tune out shortly to catch the President's address on the economy, there's no need to do so. We will stop our replay of the hearings in about 30 minutes to run the President's speech live and then come back to the hearings where we left off. You won't miss a thing, in other words. As Robin said, this was the first day of real heat between committee members, and it arose out of Senator Ervin's vigorous pursuit of Mr. Stans on several points, including a telephone conversation with the President last August.
Now, you were not only a personal friend, but a political friend of the President, weren't you?
Yes, I believe.
And you wished him well.
I certainly did.
And you knew that under the Constitution, one of his principal obligations was to see that the laws be faithfully executed.
No question about it.
Didn't it occur to you that as a friend of the President, as one who wished him well and one who was endeavoring to secure his re-election, that you should have talked to the President about it and suggested to him that he come out and make it clear that he was going to enforce the law regardless of what happened?
Mr. Chairman, the President had far more resources than I did. It was known that the White House was conscious of the problem. I had no knowledge that they wasn't common knowledge at the time. I had nothing to tell the President that would have been unusual.
Well, didn't these, all you did know, engender in your mind a suspicion that maybe something was rotten in the committee to re-elect the President?
Mr. Chairman, I had no reason to suspect at that time and until March 23rd that there was anybody involved in this matter beyond McCord and Liddy.
One of the beauties of having these hearings on television in their entirety is that when matters of judgmental controversy arise, we can all take a look and make our own judgments. Senator Edward Gurney, the Republican committee member from Florida, got very upset about Senator Ervin's questioning of Mr. Stans and said so. He called it harassment and said he didn't appreciate it one bit. Senator Ervin, a Democrat from North Carolina, then defended himself, and in all it added up to an electrifying moment in the committee's proceedings, regardless of opinions on who's right or who's wrong. After it was all over, Peter Kay asked Senator Howard Baker to call the fight from his point of view.
Senator Baker, do you think there was harassment, as Senator Gurney indicated, of Secretary Stans?
Oh, I don't think it would serve any purpose for me to characterize the committee's proceedings. I think that we're in a tension-filled situation. It not only has its impact and effect on witnesses, but it obviously has an impact on the committee. These are long, tedious proceedings. So I assign no blame. I simply think that it's important from time to time to keep a broader overview of what we're about and to renew our dedication to fair, even-handedness and the investigation of campaign politics in 1972, which by its very nature includes an inquiry into all of the campaigns, Republican and Democratic. So I was especially pleased that the chairman very promptly and very quickly agreed that on this matter of the application of the 1925 law before April 7th, 1972, that we ought to examine the custom and precedent of Republicans and Democrats in that respect, and I expect that the committee will shortly issue a subpoena to do just that.
Harassment or not, the witness today baffled, or at least frustrated, some members of the committee. The urbane former Secretary of Commerce, with membership in the Accounting Hall of Fame and a reputation as a stickler for detail, persistently maintained that he did not have knowledge of what millions of dollars in campaign money was spent on, that he knew nothing of espionage, sabotage, or any cover-up, and that his Finance Committee had no say in policy decisions of the Campaign Committee. So the senators found some of that a little hard to believe, but they never really dented him.
Two experienced observers watched today's proceedings with us. They are David Austern, who is a former assistant U.S. attorney in the Washington U.S. Attorney's Office, currently a criminal trial lawyer and a professor of law at Georgetown University here in Washington. He's been joined by Herb Alexander, who is executive director of the Citizens Research Foundation, and as such, considered by most to be one of the country's leading experts on the whole area of campaign financing and spending. Gentlemen, I'd like to ask each one of you, from your own specialty point of view, what advice could you give the viewers in terms of what to look for tonight? Beginning with you, David.
Secretary Stans is a superbly prepared witness. He has done his homework, and his attorneys have done their homework, and he is very familiar with the testimony of Mr. Sloan and other witnesses, and I think the viewers will observe that he constantly makes reference to it. Secondly, frankly and candidly, I think the questioning of Mr. Stans at the outset is somewhat ineffective by both Senators Barker and Talmadge, but there will be a marked difference when
Senator, you mean Senator Gurney?
Senator Gurney, excuse me, and Senator Talmadge. Particularly, the viewers can watch when Senator Ervin takes over, things, to say the least, pick up, and the questioning becomes far more effective. And finally, I think viewers might want to keep in mind, because Secretary Stans does make reference to the fact that he made many acts and many decisions on the advice of counsel, that the fact that an attorney has advised you to do something, if the particular thing the attorney has advised you to do is illegal, the fact that you received legal advice is not a defense to the illegal act.
Herb Alexander, what's your advice for the evening?
I was struck by the extent to which there was discussion of cash. For many years, there has been reference to use of cash in political campaigns, but now we have a great deal of documentation and efforts apparently will be made in the Congress to restrict the use of cash. I am also interested in the extent of accountability and responsibility in campaign financing. That is, a moral accountability to the public for the use of money, cash as well as other forms of money, an accountability and responsibility to the contributors, to the people who give over part of their income for the conduct of these campaigns.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen. We'll be back with both of them at the close of tonight's replay to discuss these and other subjects in more detail.
As we've been doing each evening, we've broken down the testimony on an hour-by-hour basis, and here is tonight's guide. In the first hour, Maurice Stans reveals that he learned that $75,000 he gave to Herbert Kalmbach was to pay legal fees for the Watergate defendants. He also characterizes his conversation with President Nixon sometime in August as a pep talk to counter the pressure Stans was under. In the second hour, Stans talks about the assignments he gave Gordon Liddy, describing him as a good lawyer. He said he was not aware of Liddy's after-hours activities. Stans said that he never discussed issues of culpability with top administration officials. In hour number 3, Stans is still testifying, but Senator Ervin dominates the hearing. He asks why Stans destroyed records of cash contributions. Pursuing Stans, he asks if breaking up large contributions was an attempt to defeat the federal gift tax. In the fourth hour, Stans testifies that he never brought up the Watergate matter with the president because he had nothing to tell him. He adds that when Hugh Sloan returned from a White House meeting to air grievances, he did not criticize him. In the fifth and final hour, Stans makes a closing statement in which he criticizes the mire of unrelenting publicity that has been leveled at many of the large contributors to the Republican campaign. Now to the hearings themselves, as Senator Ervin brings the committee to order.
The committee will come to order. Senator Gurney.
Chairman, Mr. Stans, you testified yesterday about 4 large cash payments that you either made or that you knew about. Did you make any other cash payments to anyone? And if so, to whom and how much? And when?
I made a note last night of the cash payments after April 7th, of which I had any knowledge. The first one was to Alexander Lankler in the amount of $50,000. There was one which I'm not sure was mentioned yesterday, but which has been reported to the General Accounting Office, a cash payment of $10,000 to Max Fisher for traveling expenses that he incurred on behalf of the campaign.
So who is he?
Max Fisher of Detroit was a co-chairman of the Finance Committee. Spent a great deal of his time in the course of the campaign working with the Jewish community in the United States.
This had nothing to do with Watergate, as we know.
No, nothing whatever.
Go on.
Then there was an item of $22,000 that I mentioned yesterday, which was given at the request of John Dean in order that he could rebuild the $350,000 fund that he...
That was one of those four that I said that...
Yes, I do want to say one thing here. I misspoke myself yesterday and said that Gordon Strawn was the man who picked up that money. Actually, it was Fred Fielding.
You're talking now about the $350,000.
No, I'm talking about the $22,000.
Thank you.
Fred Fielding picked up the $22,000. Mr. Fielding works in the office of John Dean, and it was not Gordon Strawn at that point. Now, payments beyond that, I mentioned the $81,000 that Mr. Sloan and I gave to Fred LaRue late in June, and $17,000 that I gave to Fred LaRue in January of this year.
What was that for?
It was money that I had received in cash from a contributor, and I gave it to LaRue in part payment of the $30,000 that he had given to me so that I could return the money to the Philippine contributor, hoping that thereby I could help LaRue to rebuild his $81,000 fund, because at that point we were talking about the desirability of LaRue accounting for the $81,000 and perhaps turning it into the committee. Now, those are the only items that I recall of cash payments after April 7th.
I think that you did testify on this, but do you know what LaRue used the $81,000 for?
I do not know what he used the $81,000 for.
I understand, Mr. Stans, that cash was kept in a safe in your office from time to time. Is that true?
That's not true.
That is not true?
That is not true. There was no safe in my office. I'd like to give you the entire story, however. There was no safe in my office. There was a safe in the office of my secretary. During the time that there was money in that safe, the only people to my knowledge who had access to the safe were Mr. Sloan and myself. Originally, the concept was that money would be accumulated there, and as Sloan needed it, he would draw upon it. But actually, it didn't work that way, because when I received cash from a contributor, I gave it immediately to Mr. Sloan if he was available. I would call him in my office and hand it to him, or walk to his office and give it to him. The only cases in which money was put in that safe at all was that Mr. Sloan wasn't available. I would put it in overnight, give it to him the next day. If it was a weekend, I'd put it in over the weekend and give it to him the following week. And to the best of my recollection, there was no time in which there was more than one contribution for more than a day or so. It was toward the end of the campaign when I think there were 3 contributions in the safe that came in close together. That safe was not used for anything but a way station for temporary periods, and Mr. Sloan had custody of the entire cash fund, and I did not pay out any money out of that fund that Mr. Sloan had until we came to the end, when we divided up the $81,000 and I handed $40,000 of it to Fred LaRue.
Do you know of your own knowledge what cash disbursements were made by Sloan or anybody else?
I did not have any knowledge of cash disbursements by Mr. Sloan at the time, other than the fact, as I testified yesterday, that Mr. Magruder had authority to direct Mr. Sloan to make payments. I did not know anything about the amounts of the individual payments made by Mr. Sloan. I did know, of course, about the $50,000 that he gave to Alexander Lankler, as I testified yesterday. I did not know at the time about any payments to Herbert Porter or to the White House beyond the $350,000 which we've testified to. I did not know about any payments which he made to Herbert Kalmbach or any of the other payments that were made by Mr. Sloan before or after April 7th, except that I believe I had some knowledge about the $15,000 that he gave to Robert Athey at the request of Clem Stone to give to some law enforcement group in Illinois.
Back for a moment to the $75,000 to Mr. Kalmbach. At that time, did he tell you who asked him to get the money?
No, he did not.
And
He would not tell me.
And did you ask him?
I asked him why he wanted the money, and he said it was on high authority for a White House project not related to the election, and I would have to trust him that he had checked it out.
Did you check with anybody else, like Haldeman, Ehrlichman, or anybody else, whether you should pay the $75,000 to Kalmbach?
No, I did not.
At one point in your testimony yesterday, you made passing reference to the fact that you had received monies from time to time from Mr. LaRue. You didn't identify in what amounts and for what. Could you do that now?
Yes. I received $30,000 from Mr. LaRue, not received in hand, but at my direction, Mr. LaRue refunded the $30,000 that had come from the Philippine contributor. On another occasion, late in the year...
What did you do with this $30,000?
Oh, at the time Mr. LaRue made the repayment, I didn't handle the money at all. He made it directly. Late in the year...
Direct to whom?
Mr. LaRue made the payment to Anna Chenault to transmit to Lag de Mayo, who had proffered the contribution to us in the first place.
I see.
Late in the year, Mr. LaRue gave me $10,000 to give to Max Fisher, which we had owed him for a long time for his traveling expenses in the course of the campaign. On another occasion, Mr. LaRue used $10,000 of the money we had given him to refund to a contributor, whom I mentioned yesterday by the name of Saunders. So Mr. LaRue had accounted for three items, $30,000 plus $10,000 plus $10,000, or $50,000 against the $81,000 we had given to him. Subsequently, as I testified, I gave him $17,000 to begin to rebuild his fund. But that's all I was able to give him. So he then had an accountability for a balance of $48,000. Late in May, Mr. LaRue gave us the $48,000 and balanced out his account. So far as I know of at this time of any transactions between our committee and Mr. LaRue, his account is balanced.
Did you confer at any time with John Dean on the $25,000 Andreas contribution? How to handle it, the legality of it?
I don't recall that I conferred with John Dean about that item specifically. I believe that I conferred with John Dean and with other counsel on the principle of law of whether that contribution had to be reported as having been received after April 7th or whether it could be treated as a contribution before April 7th, but only in terms of the principle of law.
When was that discussion had with him about how to treat it?
Well, I would have to assume that it occurred early in April of last year.
I'm curious, why would you confer with him about it instead of the General Counsel for the Finance Committee?
Oh, I did confer with him, too. I also conferred at an earlier time with the Counsel for the Republican National Finance Committee. What we're involved here, what we're involved with here is the question of the meaning of the Corrupt Practices Act definition of a contribution. Very simply, and I'll paraphrase it without having the language right in front of me, the Corrupt Practices Act says that a contribution includes the receipt of money or anything of value and includes a promise, agreement, or contract to make a contribution, whether or not it's legally enforceable. And it was on that language that I got the legal opinions, and on that language that I concluded that the contributions received from several people whom we've discussed here were contributions by law before April 7th.
Did Mr. Dean ever tell you at any time that he was conducting an investigation for the President into the Watergate affair?
No, I don't recall that Mr. Dean ever told me that he was conducting an investigation. I think I heard first about that from the public statements of the President or others in the White House.
Yesterday you mentioned in your testimony that you heard that Liddy was receiving money, but you didn't identify from whom you had heard it. Do you recall?
I really can't recall because it was in the early days of my service to the committee. It could have come from Mr. Kalmbach. It could have come from Mr. Sloan. I doubt that there was anyone else who could have told it to me. And my vague recollection is that I was told that Liddy was getting small amounts of money from time to time in cash and that it was being used in the primaries. I don't have any other recollection of that, and I had no idea that the amounts were as large as they apparently were.
Did you ever know about the $250,000 budget before the Watergate break-in?
No, sir. I was not told by anyone about a $250,000 budget for Mr. Liddy.
Back to these Kalmbach monies again. In your initial discussion with Mr. Kalmbach about this money, did he say he was getting it to spend himself on a project for the White House, or did he say he was raising it to pass it on to somebody else to spend?
He didn't say.
Did you get any impression from your conversation whether he meant the one or the other?
I had no such impression either way.
You mentioned, of course, a later conversation, I think you said about 6 weeks ago, perhaps, with Mr. Kalmbach's attorney?
Yes.
In which he told you that it was Mr. Dean who requested Kalmbach to raise the money. What about in this discussion? Did his attorney tell you whether Mr. Kalmbach raised the money to spend himself or whether he was raising it to pass on to someone else?
In that conversation, Mr. Kalmbach's attorney told me that Kalmbach had raised the money for the purpose of giving to a man named Tony. He did not give me his last name or any other details, but he said it was for the purpose of paying legal fees for the lawyers representing the defendants in the Watergate case.
He didn't identify Tony beyond that?
No, he did not.
And you do not know who he was?
I do not know who Tony was.
The $350,000 to the White House and the reimbursement of $22,000 requested by Dean. I'm curious about that. Why should Mr. Dean be so uptight about restoring $22,000 to this $350,000 fund if the $22,000 was used legally, as I thought it was from the testimony? Can you shed any further light on that?
Well, I can only shed this light that in several discussions with Mr. Dean, the desirability of having the $350,000 intact seemed important to him.
Well, why did
For example, in November of last year,
72.
he handed me some bills for polling by a polling organization, I believe it was Opinion Research Corporation, and said that originally it had been the intention to pay those bills out of the $350,000 fund, but that I wanted to keep the fund intact, and the bills did relate to the campaign. It was perfectly proper for them to be paid as expenses of the campaign, and asked that they be so paid. And on that authority, the bills were paid to the polling organization. Now that I understood to be for the purpose of keeping the $350,000 intact.
So in November 1972, from your discussion with him, it would be your impression that the $350,000 was there at that time?
That was my impression until he told me that another $22,000 had actually been spent.
Did he say when?
I don't recall. No, I'm sure he did not.
And did he say what for?
Well, I have to hedge on this because I don't know. I just assumed, since it was a polling fund, that it had been spent for polling. But recently I've learned, reading one of the depositions, that it may have been spent for advertising.
Another thing that puzzles me, my understanding of this $350,000 is that it went to Haldeman. We have no direct evidence on that, but we do know that Mr. Strawn, Haldeman's aide, picked it up. Wasn't it your understanding that it went to Haldeman?
I had no understanding on that, Senator. The transaction was really handled by Mr. Kalmbach, and my knowledge about it was entirely peripheral. At the beginning, I heard, as I testified yesterday, that the White House wanted some money for polling purposes to use in its discretion. And subsequently, I found out that the money had been paid to the White House, but I really played no part in that transaction, and I believe Mr. Kalmbach will take the full responsibility for it.
Robert McNeil for the National Public Affairs Center for Television. Good night.
From Washington, NPACT continues its coverage of hearings by the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities. Here again, correspondent Jim Lehrer.
Welcome back. As we go back to the hearings where we left off, Senator Gurney is asking Maurice Stans about a $350,000 cash fund kept at the White House. Senator Gurney has a question about $22,000 that John Dean requested to replenish that fund.
You never heard at any time that Mr. Dean received this money or had any part in the supervision of it, handling of it, or dispersing of it?
No, I never understood that Mr. Dean was handling the money.
Did you ever ask Mr. Dean at this time, or when he asked for the $22,000, why he was handling the money? Apparently at that time he must have had something to do with it.
Well, I didn't ask him why he was making the request. We had discussed the $350,000 on several occasions before. First, when he asked me to pay the polling bills, and secondly, when we considered the possibility of returning it to the committee, and I assumed that he was in these discussions because of his position as counsel in the White House.
Did you check with either Haldeman or Ehrlichman on this $22,000?
No, I did not.
Why didn't Dean go to the treasurer? The treasurer is the man who, I understand from the testimony, was making almost all of the disbursements with the exception of a few cash ones we've talked about here. Why should he come to you? Why shouldn't he go to the treasurer?
Well, again, Senator, I can only presume. We had a new treasurer after Mr. Sloan left. Dean had very little contact with him, and I doubt that he even knew him. I think that's the reason he called me.
You testified that you learned about the Watergate break-in, as I recall, in the newspapers. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, of course, as we all know, there was great consternation when this happened. A flurry of conferences and phone calls between the key people who were running the committee to re-elect the president. Did you have any conferences or phone calls on June 17th or 18th regarding Watergate with anyone?
I don't recall any conferences on the 17th, and I was not in the office on the 18th. So my answer would be, other than the possibility that I may have said to somebody, that's a silly thing to do, or based on the newspaper headlines, I had no conferences about the details of the transaction.
Did you have any phone calls?
None that my records show.
Do you recall any?
I do not recall any.
At some point in time, of course, you learned, as we all have, about Watergate, people who were the key people in it. The best of your recollection, when did you learn about Watergate? And who were the key people in it? And from whom?
The first thing I learned about Watergate, to the best of my recollection, was on June 23rd, when I received a call from Fred LaRue. As I testified yesterday, he said, "Do you know Kenneth Dahlberg?" And I said, "Yes, I know Kenneth Dahlberg very well." He said, "Well, did you know that his contribution ended up in the bank account of one of the fellows who was arrested in the Watergate?" And I said, to the best of my knowledge, Mr. Dahlberg didn't make a contribution, particularly in that amount of money that you mentioned. He said, "Well, we better talk about it." So he came down to my office, and we reviewed the situation. I recalled, of course, the circumstances under which Dahlberg had given us the check. And we called Dahlberg on the phone and got him to come to Washington to review the whole matter. That's my first knowledge of the Watergate situation.
Did you ever discuss it with John Mitchell at any time near this point in time? That is June 17th.
Well, I would be sure that I discussed this with John Mitchell on a number of occasions. My records show that the first time I talked to John Mitchell after the 17th was on the 23rd, when we had lunch in his office. I am not sure what the conversation was about. Whenever I met with Mitchell, I usually had a list of 5 or 6 things to talk about. I would not presume that we didn't talk about the Watergate. I'm sure that it was a subject of interest, but certainly not about who and when and why.
Did LaRue come to you in January 1973 this year and ask you for the names of some of the larger contributors to the campaign?
Yes, I have reported that to the staff of the committee. He asked me for the names of some contributors to whom he might go for money for a White House project.
And what was the project?
He didn't tell me.
Did you ask him?
No, I did not. Mr. LaRue, again, was a man of high standing in the campaign. He had been assistant to John Mitchell. There were no revelations at that time involving him in anything, and I had total confidence in anything Mr. LaRue told me.
Have you ever conferred with John Mitchell, Magruder, Haldeman, Ehrlichman, Dean, or anybody else on the cover-up of Watergate?
I have no recollection of any discussion with anyone about the cover-up on the Watergate until after the disclosures that have occurred within the last 2 months.
Have you ever discussed this Watergate affair or any aspects of it with the President of the United States?
Only in the sense that the President and I met once during the campaign. And I had one telephone call from him, both in August.
Both when?
In August of last year, in which he said that he was aware of the fact that I was receiving considerable punishment in the press for not answering all their questions at the time. He said that he appreciated the sacrifice I was making in that respect. The matter would be over eventually, and he hoped that I could continue to take it. It was a pep talk, in other words, and that was the substance of the discussion over the telephone. Now, in the subsequent meeting, about 10 days later, in his office in the Executive Office Building, I talked about some of the problems of fundraising with him, the impending nationwide dinner, which was going to take place in September, at which he was going to participate, and matters of that type. But there was no discussion of the Watergate, of cover-up, or any subject of that type with the President.
Do you know from any information from anybody else whether the President of the United States had any knowledge of Watergate or the cover-up?
I have absolutely no such information.
Thank you, Mr. Stans. That's all, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Nowell. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, this morning, a few moments ago, you testified that you had met with Mr. Mitchell on June the 23rd, and yesterday you suggested that it was possible you met with Mr. Mitchell on June the 24th. The break-in was on the 17th of June. On the 18th, I believe all of the major papers in the United States had banner headlines about the Watergate break-in, and you learned about that for the first time. Then on the 23rd of June, you testified you received a call from Mr. LaRue, I believe. And then there were other banner headlines about monies being traced through a Miami bank and $100 bills all over the place, and the security chief of the committee to re-elect the president being arrested as one of those found in the Watergate complex. Last week, one of your associates, Mr. Sloan, testified that he was quite apprehensive about an $81,000 cash disbursement to Mr. Liddy. And he testified that he conferred with you on this matter, and he wanted some indication from you that Mr. Magruder was authorized to make these cash payments. And so you indicated that you will look into this. And on June the 24th, you had a meeting with Mr. Mitchell, the Attorney General. And upon your return from the meeting, this is what Mr. Sloan testified to. And I'm quoting from the testimony. Quote, by he means you, sir. He returned from that meeting with Mr. Mitchell, and he confirmed that Mr. Magruder continued to have this authority, that I should pay these funds, and with regard to my question of concern about his purpose, he said, quote, I do not want to know, and you don't want to know, end quote. Do you recall this, sir?
Before I answer that, May I say that with respect to the meeting with Mr. Mitchell on the 24th, I have checked my records last night, and I don't have any record of a meeting with Mr. Mitchell on the 24th of June. Now, that does not mean that I may have met him in the hall, in the building, on the street, or even dropped in his office, but I have no record of that meeting having taken place. I did have lunch with Mr. Mitchell in his office on the 23rd. Now, with respect to the remark that was made after I checked with Mitchell about the authority of Magruder to ask Sloan to make payments to Liddy, I recall the occasion, but that was not the whole conversation. And I'm not quite sure that it's entirely accurate, but it's the substance of what was said. But last week when Mr. Sloan testified, he also put that remark in a much larger context. And that context was much broader than the matter of payments to Liddy, and it was quite accurate. As I recall, he said the context was one of total frustration that I had and he had with the spending programs of the campaign committee. At that point, we had received a budget of $34 million, and it was incomplete on its face because some items were not priced out. It meant they were going to spend $40 million. I had argued at the time I went to the committee and even before that the campaign ought to be run with the president in office for $25 or $30 million. It was evident that we were in a situation in which the campaign committee was calling all the signals, was making all the commitments. We really had nothing to say about it. And it was one, as I said, of total frustration with the whole situation. I threw up my hands, and I say that literally, and I think Mr. Sloan quoted that yesterday, that we were just not going to have any influence in this situation. The remark I made, and I can't quote it precisely, was something to the effect that I don't know what's going on in this campaign, and I don't think you ought to try to know. We were the cashiers. We received the money. We paid the bills. They had the responsibility for everything they did. If they did it right, they got the credit. If they did it wrong, they got the blame. And it didn't seem that it was incumbent upon us to question the propriety of any payment, whether it was to Mr. Liddy or to anybody else, and we didn't.
Wasn't this rather uncharacteristic of your background, sir? One who has received all of the honors that a certified public accountant can ever hope to get? One who has been described as having an accountant's mentality? One who is a stickler for details? One who insists upon putting the right words on the debit side and the right notes on the asset side, that you would put up your hands and say, I don't want to know?
It was uncharacteristic of my background as an accountant, but it was not uncharacteristic of the responsibilities I had in this campaign, which had absolutely nothing to do with accounting. My job was to raise an unbelievable amount of money. And $40 million or more.
And you weren't curious about how these funds were being spent? Especially since you read the paper about the break-in on the 18th. You heard about the accounts of the Dahlberg money on the 23rd. You read about it in the paper. And then you heard about Mr. McCord being one of those arrested. Weren't you a bit suspicious?
Oh, I must say, Senator, that in the sequence of dates, it didn't occur that way. This conversation that I had with Mr. Sloan and the occasion of the verification of Magruder's authority took place early in April. And the subsequent events obviously couldn't possibly have been conceived by me or anyone else.
Mr. Secretary, you stated yesterday that Mr. Magruder told you sometime in May, I believe you said the latter part of May, that Mr. Liddy was to provide security at the San Diego convention. Did I hear correctly, sir?
Yes, that is about all I ever heard about Mr. Liddy's activities, except, as I said, when I came to the committee in February, I got an intimation from someone that Mr. Liddy was using relatively small amounts of cash in connection with the primaries.
And so you provided funds to Mr. Liddy in May for security activities in San Diego.
Well, I did not provide Mr. Liddy any funds. The funds came from the treasurer and came to Liddy, I believe, before the time of my conversation with Magruder, indicating that this was for convention security.
When was your conversation with Mr. Magruder, sir?
Well, I really can't pin it down by date.
The early part of May, or
I have testified earlier that I think it was in the latter part of May. It may have been in the early part of June, but it had no relation to the timing of the Watergate developments.
Mr. Secretary, are you aware that the transfer of the Republican convention from San Diego to Miami was made public on April the 21st?
I don't recall the exact date, but nevertheless, that was what Mr. Magruder told me as to what Liddy had been using the money for.
Wasn't this a major decision in which I'm certain you must have participated in?
Well, I had no part in the decision to move the convention from San Diego to Miami.
Even when it meant the additional sums of money?
Well, I think this is pretty good evidence of the fact that the Finance Committee had very little to say in the campaign. We knew that the convention in San Diego was going to cost a lot of money. I had seen budgets indicating that it was going to cost $3 million because of structural changes to the building in San Diego and so on. But we had no voice in that decision. It was a presidential decision, and we in the Finance Committee accepted it as something that had to be coped with. Now, having said that, there was a separate committee that had the responsibility of financing the convention. There was a separate convention committee, and it had its own funds which were not part of our responsibility to raise, except that as these things go, if they had run short, I'm certain they would have come to our treasury in order to make up any deficit on the cost of the convention.
So you're testifying that in middle May or late May, you were not aware that the party had changed its convention site?
No, I'm not testifying to that at all. I can't put the date, but I was aware of what was being said in the press, and certainly was conscious of that.
On July the 1st or June 29th or somewhere in that period, Mr. Kalmbach called you and advised you that there was a very urgent request for cash funds for a special purpose. Now, in the weeks prior to that, questionable activities were being reported in the press. Weren't you a bit curious as to what these funds were going to be used for?
Well, Senator, I think it's very easy for all of us in retrospect to assume a lot of knowledge in the week following the disclosure of the Watergate break-in. But this came step by step, day by day, slowly. I don't believe that I had any knowledge of any activities in connection with the Watergate, except that Mr. McCord was one of those arrested, and I did not know Mr. McCord. I was aware that Sloan had made payments to Liddy. There was a possible connection there. But it wasn't until the 28th of June, which is later than the date you're referring to, that Mr. Liddy refused to answer questions of the FBI, and I discharged him. Discharged him on advice of counsel the minute I heard about it.
On the 28th of June,
28th of June.
1972?
Yes.
And Mr. Kalmbach made the request on the 29th of June?
On the 29th of June, the very next day.
And you weren't a bit suspicious then?
I was not. I knew Mr. Kalmbach very well. He was a man who had very close ties with people in the White House, had them for years. including being counsel to the President. I trusted him implicitly as a man of honor and integrity, and when he came to me and said he needed money for a special purpose, I had no reason to assume that it was anything but proper.
The next series of questions I'd like to inquire into, Mr. Secretary, may sound a bit naive coming from a politician, but I think it would be most helpful to the people of the United States if we had some explanations. Many of us who spend much of our lives in Washington have not been unaware of cash contributions. Yesterday you testified that, quote, naturally, we wanted most of our contributions in by April the 7th.
Did I say that,
Yes.
Senator? I would question the record on that, because there was no chance that we could get most of our money in by April 7th.
Well, wasn't there a mad rush to get as much as you can by then?
What?
Senator, could you refer to the page or something so we could check that if we might?
I'm sorry, but let me put it this way. Was there a mad rush to get as much money as you can before April the 7th?
Mad rush is not the correct word for it. It's a characterization that really isn't very fair.
Mr. Sloan has testified that in the last 4 or 5 days they were just deluged. I believe he used the word avalanche.
There is no question about that. There was an avalanche of money in the last 5 days before April 7th. What I did when I took office on February 15th was to plan an effort to reach as many people as possible among the larger contributors and give them the option they had of giving their contribution before April 7th and having the right of confidentiality, or giving it later. And many people said, I don't care, I'll give it later. Now, there was an advantage in getting early money. Anyone who's ever run for office knows that the early money is the hardest to get. And I took advantage of that opportunity to visit a number of cities in the country, meet with a lot of people, urge those who were working with me in the States to make it clear that there was an option to the individual contributor.
Why would a contributor desire, as you say, confidentiality or anonymity?
Oh, there are a number of reasons, Senator.
Why don't we tell the people of the United States?
I'd be very happy to tell the people of the United States, because I think contributors have been very badly maligned in their desire for confidentiality. One is that sometimes it affects relationships with employers or with unions. Sometimes, and this is, I think, the most important point, it makes them a target. It makes them a target for a great many other political campaigns. It makes them a target for charitable drives of all types. And many people want to make their contribution and not be that kind of a target.
Aren't we all targets for charitable drives?
Yes, but you're a much better target if it's known that you gave $25,000 to Senator Newey's campaign. Then you are.
That will be the day.
Then you are if that is not known. Now, there are some people, frankly, who give to both sides, both candidates. There are some like Mr. Dwayne Andreas, who was a close friend of Hubert Humphrey and contributed to his campaign, but was also a friend of the President and wanted to contribute to his campaign. So he wanted anonymity. The greatest disservice that's done to people is to assume that because a man wants anonymity, that he has a secret, sinister motive in doing so.
As an accountant, I'm certain from your standards that you've applied to yourself, you must have questioned the receipt of cash. I've been told that most accountants would like to have everything clean and proper, that everything should be in writing.
Well, let me answer that in two ways.
Is cash an important element in political elections?
I don't think it is an important element at all. I testified yesterday that all the cash receipts that were taken in before I came with the committee and after amounted to about 3% of the total receipts of the campaign, and that the disbursements in cash amounted to only 2% of the total disbursements of the campaign, and that includes the $350,000 that went to the White House. So cash is not an important element, and let me say this. Contrary to what has been said on one or more occasions, we did not prefer getting cash. We did not ever solicit anyone to contribute in cash. It was the option of the contributor to give us money in cash. We had no need for it in substantial amounts, and as I said yesterday, we put in the bank about half of the money that we received in cash. So the choice was that of the contributor and not of our committee to receive money in cash.
I noticed that other presidential candidates voluntarily disclose all of their contributions which were made prior to April the 7th. Was there any reason for refusing to do so on your part, sir?
I think, Senator, there were some of the other candidates for the presidency who did not disclose the source of their contributions. I do not believe that Senator Jackson made that disclosure, and I do not believe that Wilbur Mills made that disclosure, and there may have been one or more others that did not disclose. We viewed the disclosure of contributions by some of the candidates who hadn't received much money anyway as a political ploy in an effort to try to force us to disclose. Now, I've said yesterday, our committee had no concern about disclosure except insofar as it affected the rights of the individuals under the law. And we didn't think we had the right to waive the privilege for them. So, as a matter of policy, and I was joined in this by representatives of the campaign committee and the White House, the conclusion was reached that we would not make that disclosure. Now, that matter is still the subject of litigation, and we have not yet disclosed the names of our contributors before April 7th, except as to one group of names amounting to about $6 million that we disclosed just before the election.
As one who has been described as the most successful political fundraiser in the history of the United States, would you recommend to this committee that legislation be drafted to prohibit the receipt and disbursement of cash in political campaigns?
Well, I'm a bit ambivalent on that. I'm not quite sure. I think any finance chairman would welcome that kind of legislation because it eliminates one potential series of questions as to where the cash came from and where it went. But I think you've got to be very careful in drafting it to make it sure that you don't destroy some of the means by which elections are carried on, because there are times when you have to pay certain expenses in cash on the spot. You have to have petty cash funds with which to pay small bills and so forth. Carefully drafted, I would, as a finance chairman, say that it would make life a little bit easier because we wouldn't have so many questions to answer later on.
Yesterday and this morning you've testified that you had no reason to question the integrity or the reliability of such associates as Mr. LaRue. You've described him as a good person, Mr. Mitchell, or Mr. Kalmbach. When did you begin suspecting that something was wrong?
I didn't have any suspicions about any of these people until after the disclosures in the press following, I believe it was March 23rd, when Mr. McCord wrote his letter, and gradually, step by step, names were being drawn in to the public print. I have no first-hand knowledge of any of the activities on the part of those people. Most of what I've learned has been from reading the press and listening to television.
Before Mr. McCord's disclosure by letter. Don't you recall seeing, for example, in the Washington Post, all of these articles which appeared on the front page, naming people such as Dwight Chapin, naming people like Mr. Donald Segretti, and naming others in high places? And weren't you becoming a bit suspicious by then?
Well, of course, I read the Washington Post as I read it every day with the greatest of respect, and I presume this is going to cause me some trouble with the Post. I don't believe everything I read in it. Now, the Segretti matter was not described as having anything to do with the Watergate. I did not know Donald Segretti or anything about him. If he performed any function, it was described at the time as having been in the area of sabotage of the activities of the opposing candidates and not espionage. So, yes, I followed all those matters, Senator, but I had no reason to believe that any of the people who were not in the first trial of the Watergate were in any way involved.
And it is your testimony this morning that until March the 23rd of this year, you had no reason to suspect that people like Mr. Kalmbach or Mr. Mitchell or Mr. Haldeman or Mr. Ehrlichman were possibly involved in the Watergate and its ramifications?
That's entirely correct, Senator.
As a member of the Budget Committee of the Committee to Re-elect the President, as a close associate of all these men, never once did they discuss these matters with you?
There was never any discussion with me about the planning of the Watergate matter, the planning of any cover-up of any kind, and I was completely uninformed. I presume that this was because, as I said yesterday, our two committees operated in watertight compartments. We had our job to do. We were not in on the planning or strategy of any part of the campaign. I'm very grateful that they didn't tell me.
Why is it that certain members of your watertight compartment were notified?
Well, the only
and
one
not the head of that watertight compartment.
The only one that was involved in the matter, so far as I know, was Gordon Liddy. And we heard the story yesterday as to how Gordon Liddy came to be part of our committee. He apparently had a feud with Magruder, and Magruder suggested that he be moved to our committee. And in fairness to Mr. Liddy, I will say that I thought he was a good lawyer, and he worked hard as a lawyer. What he did on the side was not in any degree within my knowledge.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. I must say that, like you, I find these circumstances most regrettable because I still recall those days when we worked very closely, when you were Secretary of Commerce and my position in the Commerce Committee. But all of us have our responsibilities to perform. So
I understand very well.
I'm certain you understand,
thank you,
sir. Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So, after a series of questions from Senator Inouye, Mr. Stans remained firm in his statement that he was completely uninformed about any Watergate cover-up, and in a moment it will be Senator Baker's turn. Public television's coverage of the Watergate hearings will continue after this pause for station identification.
Unabridged coverage of these hearings is provided as a public service by the member stations of PBS, the Public Broadcasting Service. From Washington, NPACT continues its coverage of hearings by the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities. Here again, correspondent Jim Lehrer.
All right, in hour number 2, the vice chairman of the committee, Senator Howard Baker of Tennessee, is now going to ask Mr. Stans to go over his diary to see what people he met with as finance chairman. Also in this hour, Stans will be questioned about possible conversations about who is really to blame for Watergate.
Mr. Stans, there's still, after 6.5 years in the Senate, some remnant of lawyer left in me. Where I was trained for that profession and practiced law for 19 years, as you were trained to be an accountant and a public servant. It's axiomatic, I believe, that the stronger a witness and the more logical and flowing his testimony, the more difficult it is to test that testimony and to try to establish the areas of conflict if there are areas of conflict and the opportunities for corroboration if there are areas of corroboration. All of this by way of preface to saying that the questions I'm going to put to you should not be interpreted as antagonistic nor implying disbelief, but rather at least a former lawyer's effort to test some of your testimony against the testimony of other witnesses that have appeared before this committee, interviews that have been conducted by the staff on behalf of the committee, and the circumstances in general. So for the purposes of this inquiry, it's important that you understand and that the committee and others understand that the extent and scope of examination or the determination to dig for facts does not imply belief or disbelief of testimony, but rather is a legal device to try to establish the facts and circumstances for this committee. I'm sure you understand that.
I understand, Senator.
I'd like to start, if I may, by establishing, according to your records, the number of times, the occasions, and the circumstances under which you met and conferred with any of the so-called Watergate principals immediately prior to the break-in into the Watergate complex housing the Democratic National Committee headquarters, and for the time immediately after June 17th when that event occurred. I have here before me entries or abstracts of entries from your diary, as I understand it. And if you have that diary before you, I would request you to give your attention to these items. January 17th, 1972. Can you do that for me, Mr. Secretary?
Sir, just a moment. We don't have the diary with us, Senator. I believe a copy was furnished to the staff, and perhaps they can help us by letting me refer to it.
Could we suspend just for a moment? Does staff have an additional copy of this? If you do, it'd be helpful to give it to the witness, and we can both go through it together. If you have the abstract or the original diary, either one will be satisfactory. January 17th, 1972, 10 a.m., and an entry that I can't read. It looks like Finance Committee.
That's correct.
Were you then the chairman of the Finance Committee?
No, I was not.
Were you Secretary of Commerce at the time?
I was Secretary of Commerce.
January 25th, 8:30 a.m., 1701 Pennsylvania Avenue, Perrins, all day.
Yes, that turned out to be an exaggeration because I did have other appointments on that day, but that is the entry.
Were these campaign-related activities? I believe 1701 Pennsylvania Avenue was the headquarters of the committee to re-elect the president.
Those were related to discussions of the new law as it then stood.
The law that went into effect on April 7th, 1972.
That's correct.
January 28th, 9:30 a.m., the same entry, 1701 Pennsylvania Avenue.
That's correct.
January 31st, Hugh Sloan. Is this Hugh Sloan, Jr., known also as Duke Sloan, who appeared and testified before the committee previously?
That's correct.
February 1st, 4, Finance Group Arden, as I can read the entry.
Did you say February 4?
I'm sorry, February 1st, 4 o'clock is the entry, apparently 4 p.m.
Yes, that is in brackets, and I take that to mean, since I left for the airport at 3 o'clock, that meeting was canceled.
February 11th, 8:15, breakfast with R.S. at Watergate. Incidentally, of all of the synonymous phrases I could have chosen, I think I would have chosen last the description of your functions as being watertight.
Touche, Senator. What is the last date you're asking me about?
February 11th, 8:15, breakfast with R.S. at Watergate.
That had no relation to campaign matters. R.S. was Rocco Siciliano, the former Undersecretary of Commerce. I had breakfast with him.
February 14th, 10, Sloan, none, redirect. I can't read the last word.
That was a meeting with Sloan and none, redirect mail solicitation of contributors.
February 15th, 11:30, Tom Evans, New York.
Yes, I was. Tom Evans was not with the campaign at that time. I would not be able to recall at the moment the subject of that discussion. He did not join the campaign until July or along in there.
February 22nd, 3:30, Mitchell at Justice.
This is now after I had joined the campaign on February 15th.
Can you tell us about that conversation?
I can't tell you any of the particulars. It was a general discussion with Mitchell. I think the first opportunity I had after joining the campaign to sit down and talk with him about the plans in general, the spending programs, and so on.
Was there any discussion of the Watergate or related activities?
Absolutely not.
Or of intelligence gathering?
No, sir.
Or of the format and type of fiscal control that would be exercised by you over campaign expenditures?
Yes, I think that was discussed because I wanted it very clear with Mr. Mitchell that we had precisely the arrangement that I have discussed here.
Did you discuss then the matter of the Finance Committee meeting where, as Mr. Sloan described it, I believe, there was a discussion of the authorization of larger expenditures by this committee consisting of political types and finance types? Was that discussed at the meeting with Mr. Mitchell on February 22nd?
Senator, I'd appreciate it if you repeat the question. I didn't quite get the point.
All right, sir. It's my understanding that there was a committee made up of representatives of the Finance Committee and of the political side of the campaign that met periodically to discuss expenditures proposed or made by the campaign. Is that correct?
That is correct. It was called the Budget Committee.
Was the Budget Committee's formulation or function discussed with Mr. Mitchell on February 22nd?
I don't know, but I wouldn't be surprised if it were, because it was one of the matters of organization that was important to me at the time.
Drawing your attention next to March 8th, 4 p.m., Robert, I can't read the word, Chairman Richardson Prez, P-R-E-S, period.
Mr. Chairman, I think this is getting into an area where we agreed not to tread.
Then, at your request, I certainly shall not. The next item is 425-2 Liddy, I'll read off a list here and ask you if you can comment on this list of appointments, Mr. Stans, since they appear to be in sequence. 4:25, 2 p.m. Liddy, 5:1, 3:30 Liddy, 5:8, 10:30, and 2 Liddy, 5:23, 2 Liddy, 5:30, 10 Liddy, 5:14, 3:30, 4:30 Liddy. Now, since these are all Liddy appointments and they're all in chronological order, apparently, could you tell us what that group of meetings with Mr. Liddy was about?
Yes, Mr. Liddy by then was the counsel for the committee. He had been given a number of responsibilities to pursue as a regular matter. I remember some specific subjects that came up, such as a contribution of a man in Chicago who wanted to give in stock, and we had some considerable discussions with his attorney conducted by Mr. Liddy over a period of time. I remember giving Mr. Liddy the responsibility of seeing that every one of the national and state committees had properly registered with the General Accounting Office, had properly registered with the Treasury Department, and I was following these matters with Mr. Liddy as the General Counsel from time to time, as occasion warranted, in addition to the fact that Mr. Liddy appeared at the daily staff meeting. In our staff meeting minutes of April 24th, for example, there's an item, Liddy is to continue follow-up of all states not yet registered. He is to submit a weekly list to Stans each Monday of all those not yet done. Another item, Liddy is to furnish Stans with a legal opinion in writing, a legal opinion on anonymous contributions prior to April 7th. He was the counsel for the committee. I have given to the committee a number of his legal opinions in writing, which indicate that he was quite active, and our daily staff minutes show a number of things that were assigned to him. It was quite routine that I discuss all of these matters with him.
There was no discussion of the Watergate or of intelligence gathering?
There was absolutely no discussion of that type.
Next item is June 16th, 1972. And there are two entries. One at 11:30 in the morning, I take to be Haldeman at the White House. And the other at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Liddy.
That was the day of a cabinet meeting at the White House also. I can't recall specifically the purpose of my meeting with Mr. Haldeman.
Did it relate to the Watergate?
Oh, absolutely not.
Now, bear in mind, this was the day before the break-in of the Democratic National Committee headquarters. There was no mention of intelligence gathering activities,
oh, absolutely
of the
not.
impending break-in later that night or early the next morning of the Democratic National Committee headquarters.
No, Senator, absolutely not. Now, I did testify, I think, yesterday that I saw Haldeman a few times in the course of the year to discuss the size of the budget, the amount of money that the campaign was seeming to cost, and my feeling of concern about whether we could raise that amount of money. In the absence of any other information, I would tell you that the best of my recollection is that that would be what we discussed on June 16th.
What about the Liddy meeting on June 16th at 4 in the afternoon?
Well, I can give you one clue from my notations. I can't give you any precise recollection of the sequence of discussion. But on June 14th in our staff meeting, it says Liddy is to report to Stans every 3 days on the McGaw matter.
On the what?
McGaw, M-C-G-A-W. He is the contributor who had the legal problems in contributing in the form of stock. And there were a number of other items that were charged to Liddy that day. Liddy is to talk to Yeiter re-problem in Kansas. Liddy is to follow up filing requirements of Maryland Gala and D.C. dinner. Liddy is to follow up filing of 4909 forms by states. That's the Treasury form.
Are these all notations from a meeting on the 14th or the 16th?
These are all notations from a meeting on the 14th. They are the subjects that I would assume were discussed with Mr. Liddy on the 16th, plus possibly others, but certainly, definitely, positively not Watergate.
Did you see anything unusual about Mr. Liddy's attitude or conduct on the 4 o'clock meeting on the 16th of June?
No, I did not. As a matter of fact, Senator, Mr. Liddy was in the office for another 10 days after the 17th. He attended staff meetings. I had similar meetings with him from time to time, and he covered up his concerns extremely well. I had no idea that he was involved.
You've already described for the committee, under inquiry from other senators and the staff, about how you learned of the Watergate break-in and the events immediately succeeding that. The next item after June 17th, the date of the Watergate entry, is June 19th. Mr. Kleindienst, is that former Attorney General Kleindienst?
Yes, it is.
Can you tell us about that meeting?
Yes, sir. In the preceding week, I had called Mr. Kleindienst and asked for an appointment because we were having difficulties with some personalities in Arizona in setting up a fundraising program. I asked for an opportunity to see him and talk to him about those people.
You did not talk to him about the Watergate?
No, let me go further, Senator. We never had the meeting. He called me on the morning of the 19th and said he was too busy that day. He canceled the meeting, and I solved my problem in other ways. We never rescheduled it, and I never did talk to Mr. Kleindienst.
June 23rd at 4, Mr. Liddy, and June 28th at 5, Mr. Liddy.
The earlier of those two meetings, so far as I know, was entirely routine related to his legal matters. The meeting on the 28th at 5 o'clock was when Mr. Liddy stopped in the office to say goodbye. He had been discharged. He was prepared to leave the office, came in and said he was very sorry to go, and I said, I'm very sorry to see you go, and that was the substance of the conversation.
Did he protest his innocence at the time?
No, he did not.
There are a number of other entries, but there is one that I do not see on your diary, and that's the meeting with Mr. Mitchell, I believe, on the 23rd or the 24th of June. Did that meeting occur? And if so, where, when, and at what time?
There was a meeting with Mr. Mitchell on the 23rd at 1:30 on my diary. It says lunch, Mitchell. Now, since Mr. Mitchell never came to my office in the course of the whole campaign, it must have been in his office, because I do not recall that we ever went out to lunch.
Mr. Stans, I apologize to you. I was reading from a summary which did not show the Mitchell appointment. I'm now looking at copies of the appointment book on Friday, June 23rd, 1972, at 12 o'clock through 1:30, it would appear. There's a notation of lunch with Mr. Mitchell. I'm sorry I misinterpreted that. It's important that we inquire into that situation, I believe, Mr. Stans, because here we are, a few days after the Watergate break-in, after you have learned from newspaper accounts or from whatever source of the involvement of people employed by your committee or by the committee to re-elect the president or otherwise. And is it my understanding that you set up the meeting with Mr. Mitchell?
I don't think you should have that understanding. I don't know how the meeting was set up.
All right, sir. Who was present at the meeting?
There is no indication in my records that anyone else was present, and I have no recollection on that point. Let me say to you, Senator, this is the day in which I got my first information that the Watergate affair involved transactions of the Finance Committee. It was at 9 o'clock, as you see on the schedule that day, that Fred LaRue came to my office to talk about the Dahlberg check that had shown up in the records of the Bank of Barker in Florida. It was at 3 o'clock in the afternoon that Dahlberg came to Washington, and at 5 o'clock that I had several meetings with Mardian and LaRue. I am sure that the substance of discussion that day in these meetings was very largely related to that check and possibly to the Mexican checks, although I can't recall whether that happened on the same day as the Dahlberg check.
Was there any discussion with Mr. Mitchell of the allegations being made by the press at that time of Republican involvement in the Watergate break-in?
I have no recollection of the substance of the discussions. I just cannot tell you. I had so many meetings with Mr. Mitchell in the course of the time that he was with the campaign. As I said, on each case I had a list of 4, 5, or 6 subjects we talked about that were current at the time, and I do not know which particular ones we talked about on any particular day.
This was the same day, June 23rd, when I believe Mr. Sloan went to the White House to, according to his testimony, tell Mr. Ehrlichman of his concerns. Do you have any information or knowledge of Mr. Sloan's conduct on this same day?
Well, shortly before 10 o'clock on this day, Mr. Sloan shows on my calendar as having met with me. It was at that time that he gave me his accounting for the cash funds, and that we discussed, I believe, the disposition of the balance that he had on hand. I am not aware, and was not aware at that time, of his discussions with Mr. Ehrlichman or others, and I learned about them from reading his depositions.
Did you have a meeting with Mr. Mitchell on the 24th of June?
The 24th was a Saturday. I have no recollection of any meeting with Mr. Mitchell, and my record doesn't show any. I had several other meetings on that day. I was in the office apparently a good part of the day until, at least until early afternoon, but I have no recollection or record of a meeting with Mr. Mitchell on that day.
Did you have a meeting with Mr. Magruder on the 24th?
Similarly, there is no record of it, and I have no recollection of it.
Were there a series of meetings on the 24th with Magruder, Dean, Mitchell, or any of the major figures in the campaign or finance situation at that time? On the 24th, I think it's important that you try to recall as best you can, Mr. Stans.
Well, Senator, I have no recollection. I can only go by what my record shows, and I don't want to be unfair, but I'd like to know what you did on March 24th, 1972. I think you'd have a hard time remembering.
I'm certain I would.
And I talked to people like John Mitchell a great many times in the course of the campaign, and I have no doubt that some of them did not get on my timesheets.
Well, I think it's worth digressing long enough to say that anyone would have difficulty establishing what they did on a particular date, but these aren't ordinary and usual circumstances.
Right.
And we are dealing here with your best efforts to reconstruct what happened at a critical time and juncture in these proceedings. Now, that's why I urged you to give particular and careful attention to what happened on June 24th with respect to meetings or conversations less formal than meetings with any of the principals in the so-called Watergate affair.
I have tried my best to reconstruct that situation. I've gone through all correspondence and memorandums with all of the principals that have been discussed in connection with this matter. And to the extent that they refreshed my memory, I have testified to them. But I would have to say that I had many meetings with people that I considered quite routine. I can only say to you with absolute finality that I did not discuss any espionage or sabotage operations with anyone prior to June 17th, and I really did not learn about them except as I learned about them in the public prints.
That anticipates most of the questions I could ask on that subject, with the exception of one thing, and that is, with whom did you discuss the Watergate so-called cover-up after June 17th, and when did you do it?
I did not discuss the Watergate cover-up with anyone after June 17th, and I did not know there was a cover-up until I read about that in the press. Now, I know of incidents that obviously, in the light of subsequent events, had a relationship to the cover-up. For example, the $75,000 that I gave to Kalmbach. Gave it to him in good faith with no knowledge at the time, and I am sure that when Mr. Kalmbach comes before this committee, he will testify that he did not tell me what the purpose of the money was for, and would not tell me what the purpose of the money was for. But except for incidents of that type, I had no knowledge of the cover-up activity that may have taken place.
Did you, Mr. Stans, at any time in June 1972, discuss with Mr. Mitchell, Mr. Sloan, Mr. Magruder, Mr. LaRue, Mr. Ehrlichman, or Mr. Haldeman what happened on the morning of June 17th at the Democratic National Headquarters in any way?
Some of those people to whom you mentioned I had no contact with at all during the year. For example, John Ehrlichman, so far as I can tell from my records, didn't meet with me during the entire year. As to the others, I had no discussion about the Watergate affair except the normal curiosity of discussion about news stories. Now, let me put that in another perspective. To the extent that the Finance Committee was involved in the news stories, it related to the Dahlberg check, the Andreas contribution, the Mexican checks, and the names of our contributors and matters of that type. These are the things that occupied my mind and Mr. Sloan's mind and the activities of the Finance Committee insofar as they related to public affairs during that period. We were not involved. I made it very plain to the campaign people that the Finance Committee people were not involved in the Watergate affair, and there were no discussions about who did what, or why, or when, that I can recall at any time.
At any time?
At any time. Until the events were reported in the press.
Well, after the events were reported in the press, I don't want to keep knocking down the limitations that you seem to be placing on this, but at any time after June 17th, 1972, regardless of when, at any time until this moment,
To the extent that they refreshed my memory, I have testified to them, but I would have to say that I had many meetings with people that I considered quite routine. I can only say to you with absolute finality that I did not discuss any espionage or sabotage operations with anyone prior to June 17th, and I really did not learn about them except as I learned about them in the public prints.
That anticipates most of the questions I could ask on that subject, with the exception of one thing, and that is, with whom did you discuss the Watergate so-called cover-up after June 17th, and when did you do it?
I did not discuss the Watergate cover-up with anyone after June 17th, and I did not know there was a cover-up until I read about that in the press. Now, I know of incidents that obviously, in the light of subsequent events, had a relationship to the cover-up. For example, the $75,000 that I gave to Kalmbach. Gave it to him in good faith with no knowledge at the time, and I am sure that when Mr. Kalmbach comes before this committee, he will testify that he did not tell me what the purpose of the money was for, and would not tell me what the purpose of the money was for. But except for incidents of that type, I had no knowledge of the cover-up activity that may have taken place.
Did you, Mr. Stans, at any time in June 1972, discuss with Mr. Mitchell, Mr. Sloan, Mr. Magruder, Mr. LaRue, Mr. Ehrlichman, or Mr. Haldeman what happened on the morning of June 17th at the Democratic National Headquarters in any way?
Some of those people whom you mentioned, I had no contact with at all during the year. For example, John Ehrlichman, so far as I can tell from my records, didn't meet with me during the entire year. As to the others, I had no discussion about the Watergate affair except the normal curiosity of discussion about news stories. Now, let me put that in another perspective. To the extent that the Finance Committee was involved in the news stories, it related to the Dahlberg check, the Andreas contribution, the Mexican checks, and the names of our contributors and matters of that type. These are the things that occupied my mind and Mr. Sloan's mind and the activities of the Finance Committee insofar as they related to public affairs during that period. We were not involved. I made it very plain to the campaign people that the Finance Committee people were not involved in the Watergate affair, and there were no discussions about who did what, or why, or when, that I can recall at any time.
At any time?
At any time. Until the events were reported in the press.
Well, after the events were reported in the press, I don't want to keep knocking down the limitations that you seem to be placing on this, but at any time after June 17th, 1972, regardless of when, at any time until this moment, have Mr. Sloan, Mr. Magruder, Mr. LaRue, Mr. Mitchell, Mr. Haldeman, Mr. Ehrlichman attempted to tell you what happened vis-a-vis the Watergate break-in on June 17th? Or the President?
Not at all. The issue of culpability, which I think is what you're getting at, was never discussed with me by anyone.
No, I'm not really trying to get at culpability. I'm trying to get at communication. I guess another way to put it, Mr. Stans, is Did you gain all of your information about the facts and circumstances that related to Watergate from newspaper accounts, or did one of those gentlemen that I've identified, and I'll identify again, Mr. Sloan, Mr. Magruder, Mr. LaRue, Mr. Ehrlichman, Mr. Haldeman, and Mr. Mitchell, did any of them at any time until this moment tell you what happened at Watergate, or Mr. Liddy, or the President?
My answer to that is no.
Thank you. Mr. Stans, can you offer the committee now at a later date, and I know it's extraordinarily difficult to offer negative testimony and negative proof, but can you offer the committee any other suggestions on how we might inquire into the meetings and your relationships to them with these people that I've named, Mr. Ehrlichman, Mr. Haldeman, Mr. Dean, Mr. Magruder, Mr. Sloan, Mr. Mitchell? I'm thinking, for instance, of meetings at which other people were present so that we could verify or dispute this information. I'm thinking of other records, memoranda, or data that you might know of that could buttress your accounts. I apologize once again for asking you to try to prove a negative fact, but if there is other and collateral information, I think the committee would like to have it.
Senator, we've made available to the staff of the committee all the files. They have examined my personal files. They have all of the correspondence, memorandums that passed between me and the individuals you named. I have given you the best of my recollection on these various matters that I've been asked about. And I think from here on out the answer is that it's up to the other witnesses that you're going to call to tell what they know about it.
Thank you, Mr. Stans. One or two other questions, Mr. Chairman. Senator Anoya asked you about the conversation with Mr. Hugh Sloan, in which, according to Mr. Sloan, you told him when he inquired about what was going on or something to that effect, I don't want to know, and you don't want to know. And my recollection of your answer to Senator Inouye's question was that you indicated a similar response, something to the effect that I don't know and you don't want to find out, or something to that effect. Either version of that, Mr. Stans, I think creates an inescapable curiosity on the part of this member of the committee. Why not? Why didn't you want to know? Or why didn't you want him to want to know?
In the context in which the statement was made, which was the context of the overall campaign, there was no basis by which we could attempt to know the commitments made by the campaign people. And I think this is the place for me to go back to the budget and tell how it was operated. Because I think there may be some members of the committee and perhaps the public who think that in the budget committee meetings we talked about whether or not we were going to spend $25,000 with this organization or $100,000 with that organization for a certain purpose. We never discussed in the budget committee meeting where money would go. And I have furnished the staff a copy of the budget which shows how it was broken down. The first item was advertising, $12,153,000. Now, within that, we might discuss whether some of that was going to go to billboards. And the conclusion was that there would be no billboards. There may have been, and there were discussions about how much to television as against radio, but not which station or even at what time. Campaign materials was another item in the budget, $1.5 million. This was the buttons and bumper strips and things that are part of a campaign. But there never was any discussion in the budget committee about who do we buy these from, or when do we get them delivered, that sort of thing. There was an item in the budget of almost $7 million entitled Research and Planning, Direct Mail, and Telephone Operations. Now, $4.5 million of that was for direct mail, and $1.9 million was for telephone operations. The discussions in the budget committee were about which states shall we use for direct mail? And in this, the campaign committee made the decisions. There were discussions in the budget committee about which states shall we use telephone operations. There were questions raised such as, why do you need to have 3 pieces of direct mail go to every householder in California? Why couldn't you do it with 2?
Is this, Mr. Stans, what Mr. Odle probably was referring to when he answered in response to Mr. Thompson's question on page 33 of the Odle testimony? With regard to Mr. Stans, was his role limited to raising money, or did Mr. Stans also participate in the decisions as to how money would be allocated? Mr. Odle, I think that Mr. Stans in the budget meetings certainly kept an eye on where the money was going. He sometimes challenged expenditures. He would say, for example, do we really need to spend this amount of money on television advertising this next week? Is this the sort of thing that you're describing?
That's the kind of thing I'm describing, and that is the way in which the budget committee operated. And occasionally a concession would be made that we'll take $100,000 out of polling and put it into candidate support. But I never was successful in getting any reductions in the budget, despite my letter of May 10th to Mr. Mitchell, which is before us, despite all of my pleas, despite the fact that I got quite irate at times, despite the fact that I said I don't think we can raise that amount of money. We were against an upward situation, and the ultimate, as I said yesterday, was in excess of $50 million that was spent.
Mr. Odle also testified, according to the transcript, that I would say that in budget committee sessions, his agreement, meaning your agreement, was necessary before we could allocate a great deal of money, say for television advertising the following week, yes, those kinds of major decisions. Is that essentially correct?
That's essentially correct, and in principle, it is the basis on which we operated. But,
what about that $350,000 that went to the White House? Did you have to approve that?
Well, that came up before the Budget Committee, I believe, had any effective operation. And as I testified yesterday, I knew that the subject was under consideration. I learned shortly after that the money had been paid to the White House. I had no objection to it. I would have approved it had I been asked about it. And the minor difference in recollection between me and Mr. Sloan as to whether I approved it in advance or later is, I think, immaterial.
Mr. Stans, you've testified, I believe, that the $350,000 at the White House was intended for, as you understand it, polling costs, polling operations, and other things. Why on earth wouldn't cash be the most awkward way on earth to take care of something like that? Why wouldn't a check have been sent to an account against which the White House could draw for those purposes?
Well, I think this is a question that might well be worth asking of other witnesses, but I do understand that the White House, and I'll get some of this from Mr. Haldeman's testimony and depositions, but the White House wanted to do some polling on its own to check on the reports it got from the campaign committee as to issues and findings in certain states. And they wanted to do it without the knowledge of the regular polling organizations that were being used by the campaign committee.
Mr. Stans, let me, in the interest of time and with the full understanding that you're going to return and testify later on other matters more intimately related to the structure of campaign financing, let me ask you a final question. In retrospect, and hindsight is always 20/20, can you see any reason why we should not eliminate cash transactions from the political system?
Well, we had that question just a minute ago. I think if you say eliminate cash transactions in just those words, you'll run into a lot of trouble, because you would even eliminate petty cash fund paying $3 for a delivery of a parcel or something like that. I think also the committee ought to inquire into the circumstances of whether or not, under certain conditions, on election day, for example, it's necessary for people to have cash funds to pay certain types of expenses and getting people to the polls and all that sort of thing. But as a finance chairman in the past, never again, I would I would have welcomed that kind of legislation because it would have eliminated an awful lot of the questions.
It would have made it a lot easier for you to account for the income and the outgo, wouldn't it?
Not necessarily easier, but just easier to eliminate the suspicions that seem to be associated with people paying in cash, even though it is legal tender.
I can't help but note your voluntary statement that you'll never be a finance chairman again. I understand that you didn't want to be this time.
Well, that's entirely correct.
I take it nothing's happened to change your mind. Thank you, Mr. Senator.
Thank you.
Senator Talmadge.
Mr. Stans, I've had the pleasure of knowing you for a great number of years. Your career is one of the most remarkable success stories in the history of America. Humble origins, a hard-working young man, certified public accountant at the age of 23 years, highly successful businessman, Secretary of Commerce, Director of the Budget, and finally the most effective money raiser for any political campaign in the history of the country. My questions may be viewed as antagonistic, but I don't want you to think they're in that vein, because I too am merely seeking the facts, which I think the American people are entitled to know. Now, you of course are well acquainted with Mr. Sloan.
Yes, I'm very well acquainted with Mr. Sloan.
He testified before the committee last week, and there are certain direct contradictions between your testimony and Mr. Sloan's. I thought Mr. Sloan was an articulate, able, and effective witness. How do you regard Mr. Sloan's character?
I'd like to say something about that, and I welcome the opportunity to talk about that. I consider Mr. Sloan a man of very high character. He is able. He is a brilliant person. We worked very closely together all through the time that he was associated with the committee. I had known him in 1968 when he worked in our campaign. He is also sophisticated. He spent more time in fundraising than I have, perhaps by a factor of 2. He was in this campaign before I was. And I don't consider it significant that there are a few matters on which our recollections differ. We have agreed on almost everything that we've testified about. There's been no disagreement in our testimony except on 2 or 3 points. I think perhaps it'd be a matter of suspicion if there weren't some disagreements between us. But the basic fact is that we do have high respect for each other. We work very closely together. And I want to repeat what I've said before. The Finance Committee, in its isolation from the campaign, had nothing to do with the events that we are investigating in this hearing. And except for Mr. Gordon Liddy, who was with us a relatively short period of time and was transferred over under circumstances that have been described here, I'm convinced that neither Mr. Sloan nor anyone else connected with the Finance Committee had any knowledge of these events.
You would believe Mr. Sloan on the oath, in other words.
Pardon me?
You would believe Mr. Sloan's testimony on the oath.
I would believe Mr. Sloan's testimony under oath, except in the few cases in which his recollection is slightly different from mine.
It went substantially beyond recollection, I may say. I think at one point it said that you'd have to check it with Mitchell. $83,000 payment to Mr. Liddy. You deny that, don't you?
Oh, no.
You did check it with Mr. Mitchell.
I checked with Mr. Mitchell on the principle of whether Mr. Magruder had authority to tell Mr. Sloan to make payments to Liddy. I did not check with Mr. Mitchell on the amount.
Mr. Mitchell authorized the payment.
Mr. Mitchell, no, he did not authorize the payment. He said that Mr. Magruder is the man to talk to. Mr. Magruder is running the campaign, and he is directing the expenditures.
After talking with Mr. Mitchell, you told Mr. Sloan to make the payment?
No, sir. After talking with Mr. Mitchell, I told Mr. Sloan to check with Magruder to see whether he should make the payment, and Mr. Magruder said, and Sloan said he had already talked to Magruder.
You deny also that you told Mr. Sloan about $83,000 to Mr. Liddy that you didn't want to know and he didn't want to know what it's going for.
No, Senator, I don't deny a discussion on that subject. I said two things. One, that it was not the whole conversation. Secondly, that I'm not sure the words are entirely accurate. And Mr. Sloan himself has said last week what I said here today, that that remark was made in a context of total frustration with the campaign people and was not related solely to the question of the payment to Mr. Liddy.
I believe you verified in a question asked by Senator Baker, Mr. Odell's testimony, which was that your position on the Budget Committee was to maintain the expenditures at an economical level.
To try, yes.
Try. Did you ever question why staff members such as Mr. Liddy and Mr. Porter and Mr. Magruder were drawing off large sums of money?
Well, I never knew that Mr. Magruder had drawn any money until long after it happened. With respect to Mr. Liddy, I knew that he had been drawing some sums of money. I understood that they were relatively small. They had something to do with primary campaigns. And that was the situation up until Mr. Sloan came to me with a statement that Mr. Liddy had asked for a substantial amount of money. With respect to Mr. Porter, I testified yesterday that I had heard in February or long in there that Mr. Porter had a safe with a sum of money in it, that he was receiving money and dispersing it, that I objected to that, and that Mr. Porter then stopped dispersing any money. I learned last night that he did not disperse any money or receive any money during the month of April, and it wasn't until sometime in May that he again received some funds. I was not aware of those payments.
Mr. Liddy attended 33 out of 39 staff meetings of the Finance Committee from August 6, 1971 to June 28, 1972. Now, he was general counsel for the committee. He received an assignment, in fact, on June the 28th, the day he was fired. Doesn't it seem rather incongruous that Mr. Liddy, your general counsel with whom you met daily, could take large sums of money and not report the use of it?
Senator, Mr. Liddy was accountable in money terms to the Treasurer, not to me. And except for the limited knowledge that I had about transactions with Mr. Liddy, I had no knowledge of what he was doing with the money or how much he had gotten. And I was as surprised as many other people when I found out that he had received a total of $199,000. Now let me make a point here which hasn't yet been made before the committee. As I read the testimony and depositions in various civil suits, the program for Liddy to receive $250,000, if it was approved by anyone, was approved late in March. And apparently the $83,000, which happens to be exactly 1/3 of $250,000, was paid to Mr. Liddy, if it was paid to him, early in April. The testimony indicates, if you take into account the other money that Mr. Liddy received and the money given to him by Porter, that he had spent $125,000 before that, before the Watergate espionage program was approved. I have no idea what that was for. I had no idea until I did the arithmetic that that was the case. But it would seem to me that, and this answers one of Senator Baker's questions, that this is one area of the investigation that no one seems to know anything about.
Where in the budget did this program for Mr. Liddy appear?
There was no item in the budget for the program of Mr. Liddy. Now, that is identifiable. If the people who made the budget had it in mind, I don't know what item it would have appeared in.
You testified yesterday, did you not, that Mr. Sloan told you on July the 12th that he was approached by Mr. Magruder and asked by Mr. Magruder to minimize the amount of money that he had dispersed. Is that correct?
I'm not sure that I referred to the date of July 12th, but I was told by Mr. Sloan that that had happened and that he had told Mr. Magruder and others that he was not going to do so.
Didn't that raise suspicions in your mind as to possible illegal or unethical uses of the money that Magruder was dispersing?
Senator, you don't mean Magruder, I take it. Could you rephrase the question?
Mr. Sloan, didn't that raise suspicions in your mind as to the possible illegal or unethical uses of the money that Mr. Magruder was dispersing?
No question about that, but those suspicions began to generate earlier than that, particularly on June 28th, when Mr. Liddy was discharged for failing to cooperate with the FBI.
And did you testify yesterday in the fact that your whole purpose was raising money, that you didn't take care of small detail items?
That's pretty much true. I won't say that at times I didn't get into detail. One is always forced into that. But my job was to raise the massive amount of money that I could see was going to be spent.
I'll ask the staff to give each member of the committee and the witness and the court reporter a copy of these documents for the purpose of identification. Show Mr. Stans one immediately, please, so he can be refreshing his memory.
Yes, I remember these memoranda.
That's a document you wrote. Both pages?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I ask that they be inserted in the record at this point and appropriately marked as an exhibit.
That would be done.
Now, this is a document, and I'll read part of it. It's necessary for us to establish a system of control over the purchasing and distribution of all articles, such as bumper strips, banners, pins, jewelry, and so forth, and other details there. Page 2, I think we need a lapel pin, our 1972 contributors, etc. Doesn't that indicate that you had more than a casual interest in the operations of the campaign?
Well, let's take them one by one, Senator. The question of accounting for the sale of articles like jewelry and pins and so forth was a new one. We never did that in previous elections. We didn't do it in 1968. It was customary for people running a storefront location to get jewelry and sell it and put the proceeds into some purpose locally. The new law changed that, and it required us to account for every dollar of receipts. And being aware of that, I told Mr. Sloan by this memorandum, in the second paragraph, I would appreciate it if you would work with the campaign people in setting up a procedure for 1972. Now, I don't consider this a detail. I consider it a rather important element in our responsibility to account to the General Accounting Office.
Now, that was dated February the 28th, 1972, was it not?
That's correct.
More than 2 months before the new accounting procedure, contributions and disbursement, went in effect April 7th, 1972.
About 5 weeks, Senator, yes.
5 weeks. Well, now, why would you consider so important the item of bumper strips and banners and pins and jewelry and so forth, and there on that board is over $1 million in cash disbursements unaccounted for?
I didn't get your question, Senator.
Question is why you Why, you spending all your time worrying about bumper strips. And right there on that board, you've got deposits of $750,000 and disbursements of $1,777,000. You considered to be one of the most able certified public accountants in America. Why did you worry about bumper strips instead of those funds?
Well, Senator, I suppose this is argumentative. I worried about bumper strips, the accounting for proceeds of sales of articles as an important responsibility under the statute. Now, most of this material on the chart, as we have already learned, happened before April 6th. Only a few items on there happened after April 6th. And there was no responsibility under the law on the treasurer to account for that money. But he was accountable for the proceeds of sales of any jewelry or items of that type.
And didn't you send out an inter-office memo on May the 3rd stating that you were greatly concerned that thank you letters to contributors be sent out within 48 hours of receipt of the contribution?
Yes, sir, I did. I considered that a very important function of the fundraising effort to see that people were thanked very promptly.
I'll ask the staff to show to Mr. Stans a copy of the next documents and give a copy to each member of the committee staff. I want to insert that in the record, appropriately numbered and marked next exhibit.
That will be done, received as such.
Mr. Stans, do you admit writing that memorandum also to Mr. Sloan?
Yes, I do.
And in that you were severely chastising Mr. Sloan because he didn't deposit a check, I believe, for $1,000 from Mrs. Alice Abel promptly enough and get out a thank you letter promptly enough. Is that the sum and substance of it?
Well, the sum and substance of it, Senator, is that I received a check from this lady while I was in Omaha on May 12th, and for some reason it did not appear on the sheet listing the contributions until June 1st. Now, I did receive from Mr. Sloan every day a report of the contributions received. And when I found out that that check hadn't appeared on the reports for 2 weeks as having been received, I was concerned because it related to the question of whether we were behind in all of our work in his shop. His reply was very clear that the check was improperly made out, was returned for appropriate endorsement and deposited. I wasn't checking on a routine involving one transaction. I was checking on whether or not the thank you letters were being kept up to schedule.
Then that raises this question, Mr. Stans. Why did you allow Mr. Sloan, contrary to your explicit instructions, to casually report to you orally several weeks later the deposit of the $25,000 check received from Mr. Dahlberg and the $89,000 check in Mexican bank checks?
Well, Senator, I fairly well covered that in my testimony yesterday. The fact is that I wasn't aware that the Mexican bank checks had even been received until I got back from my vacation around the 24th of April. The fact also is that the record shows that before I went on that vacation, I left a memorandum of things to be done by the staff, and one of the items was a request to Mr. Sloan to balance up his cash as soon as possible. Now, Mr. Sloan had given those checks to Mr. Liddy. He followed up with Mr. Liddy, and I think his testimony is that he followed up several times. And Liddy said it takes time to get that money back. Mr. Sloan did get the money back in earlier mid-May and deposited. I think the follow-up was as thorough as we could have expected it to be.
But But you got the Dahlberg check personally, I believe, did you not?
Yes, it went through my hands. Had it for a short time on the 11th of April.
Mr. Stans, you
But I think, Senator, what you're bringing out is the difference in the functions between the chairman and the treasurer. I raised the money. He had no part in soliciting contributions. He did the bookkeeping and the accounting. I had no part in that. And once I turned the check over to Mr. Sloan, I had every reason to assume that it would be handled in due course. And only when I learned about things that were not handled in due course, such as that able check, did I raise questions with Mr. Sloan about them.
You telling us, Mr. Stans, that as a certified public accountant, a member of the Accountants Hall of Fame, former Secretary of Commerce, and who further had been personally selected by the President to be the Director of the Budget and Director of the committee to raise $50 million for his re-election campaign, intended all this money to be spent without any of your supervision and control?
No, I'm not telling you that at all, Senator. I did exercise some supervision and control. I got a daily report of all the contributions received, which I looked over every day. I even indicated, to the extent that I knew people personally, their first name, so that the letter of acknowledgement and appreciation would be on a first-name basis. I got reports from time to time. I had a daily staff meeting. I saw the summaries of the reports that were filed with the General Accounting Office. So I did exercise supervision, but I did not, Senator, have anything to do with the day-to-day work of the Treasurer's office.
Now, you realize that the Reporting Act went in effect on April the 7th, 1972, do you not? It's a very stringent law.
Yes, sir.
Tell us why you didn't report this Dahlberg check from Florida. I don't believe you got it until the 10th of April, did you?
Senator, I covered that in great detail yesterday. I'll be happy to review it again today, because I think it's important that everybody understand. This was a contribution which was promised by Mr. Dwayne Andreas in March and before. And in March, he went to the trouble of getting the money in hand.
I don't think you need to repeat that testimony because you made that clear, but how do you consider that it could avoid being reporting when the check didn't get to you until the 10th of January? Do you take the position that it was constructively received before you got it?
No, sir. I take the position that it qualified under the definition of a contribution under the Federal Corrupt Practices Act, and I'd like to read the definition to you. The term contribution includes a gift, subscription, loan, advance, or deposit of money or anything of value, and includes a contract, promise, or agreement to make a contribution, whether or not legally enforceable. Now, Mr. Andreas had made a promise, an agreement to make a contribution well before April 7th. He had not only done that, he had gone to the point of doing everything that he could personally to make the money available as a contribution. It was clear to me, and it was clear to the lawyers with whom I consulted, that that contribution was received as a matter of law before April 7th, even though it didn't come into our hands until the 11th. And, Senator, the Department of Justice has agreed with us in a letter of January 11th, 1973, from Henry Peterson, the Assistant Attorney General, to Wright Patman. It says the issue to be resolved is when the gift became effective as a matter of law. From the evidence developed, we are forced to conclude that for criminal purposes at least, we could not prove that this contribution had been made after the April 7th effective date of this act, and accordingly we have closed the matter. Now, Senator, I fail to find any basis for criticism in the handling of that transaction. I acted on the basis of legal advice, and it turns out that my legal advice was good.
You don't think a promise to contribute to a political campaign is legally enforceable, do you?
No, but the statute says that it doesn't have to be legally enforceable.
I thought the statute said the receipt had to be reported even though the promise or the agreement doesn't have to be. But anyway, we won't argue about that further. But my certified public accountant would certainly hold me to a greater degree of accountability than you would, I believe,
Well,
Mr. Stans.
let's go a little further into that, Senator, because you've raised it, and I think it's important that this be understood. As of April 7th, we had millions of dollars of commitments from people to contribute. Many of these had been solicited by Mr. Kalmbach as early as 1971. I could have, under a literal construction of this law, concluded that every one of those did not need to be reported when the money came in, because it was a commitment before April 7th. But I adopted a very much stricter standard for the purposes of accounting, and it was that only in the case of a commitment where the individual contributor had done everything possible to hand it to us would I consider that a contribution under the second part of this definition. Mr. Andreas had done everything. He wanted to make the contribution. He had it in hand. He put it in a safe deposit box for Mr. Dahlberg in his name. It would have been very unfair to him.
I won't quarrel with you further about that, Mr. Stans. You've been a man that I have admired greatly over a long period of time, but it strikes me as being utterly inconceivable that you could spend a part of your time worrying about pen labels and bumper stickers and not worrying about what happens to large sums of cash that's being dispersed by you people for unknown causes, particularly when the law is clear on stringent reporting and disbursements.
Well, Senator, with the greatest of respect, that is really not what I said. I worried about all of these things. I devoted my time to them. I gave consideration to the handling, the accounting for these various items. Mr. Sloan and I discussed them over and over again, and we exercised our best judgment on the basis of advice of counsel.
Thank you, Mr. Stans. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have no further questions.
The committee will stand in recess until 2 o'clock.
So, with Senator Talmadge expressing disbelief over Mr. Stans' lack of financial records, the committee is taking a lunch break. There will be further pursuit of this whole matter when we resume. A reminder of our thanks to all of you who have expressed yourselves about public television's experiment of broadcasting these Watergate hearings in prime time. Those of you who would still like to say something, pro or con, we would suggest that you drop a line or call or do whatever you'd like, but in other words, express yourself to your local public television station, because they're the folks that make the decisions in our system as to what programs are specifically seen over each local station, meaning the station that you're watching right now. Their coverage and our coverage, public television's coverage of these hearings, will continue after this pause for station identification.
Unabridged coverage of these hearings is provided as a public service by the member stations of PBS, the Public Broadcasting Service. From Washington, NPACT continues its coverage of hearings by the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities. Here again, correspondent Jim Lehrer.
All right, as we enter the third hour of testimony, it's the chairman's turn, and it is undoubtedly the toughest questioning of the day and perhaps of the entire hearings thus far. Now to the man with the gavel.
The committee will come to order. Since I'm going to ask the witness questions about the exhibit testified about, to by the witness Sloan, entitled Transactions as of April the 7th, 1972, Cash Deposits and Disbursements, including Committed Items. I put this in the record as an exhibit and ask that this copy be handed to Mr. Stans. Now, this represents, as I understand, what Mr. Sloan, the treasurer of the Finance Committee to re-elect the president, testified was the cash receipts of the Finance Committee down to April the 7th, 1972, plus such portions of those receipts had been committed for various purposes. Now, if my arithmetic is correct, $750,000 of this, this shows a total cash receipts of approximately $1,777,000. Is that approximately correct?
That's the figure on the statement, yes, sir.
Well, isn't it a correct figure?
Well,
approximately.
So far as I know from information that I have acquired during the entire course of my chairmanship of the committee, it is approximately correct.
Now, it shows that of this amount, a total of $750,000 was deposited, leaving $1,027,000, of which Mr. Sloan testified approximately an item of $10,000 to an office singer and an item of $15,000 to Stone may have been paid by checks rather than by cash, leaving a cash disbursement of $1,002,000. Is that approximately correct?
That would be the correct arithmetic, yes.
Now, this committee has authority under Senate Resolution number 60 to investigate every campaign contribution made in connection with the presidential campaign of 1972 or any campaign preceding it. If this committee would call on you as chairman of the Finance Committee to re-elect the president, for a statement of the persons who contributed this approximately $1,777,000 to the committee, could you give us such a statement?
Mr. Chairman, I would tell you that $233,000 of it came from Mr. Kalmbach from the 1968 money that he turned over to the committee, and approximately $1,500,000 came from contributors. And given a little time, I could, I believe, continue the reconstruction I have underway as to who gave the rest of the money. I believe that I could tell you where that money came from various records, from discussions I've had with people, from my own recollection and others. I have been reconstructing that figure over a period of time.
Well, are the records now in existence without having to have them reconstructed? That would disclose the names and amounts of each contributor.
There are a considerable amount of records now in existence that would show that, yes.
Well, why are there not complete records in existence that would show that?
Well, at one time, Mr. Chairman, some of the records were removed from the committee's files and destroyed.
Why were they destroyed?
They were destroyed because there was no requirement that they be kept, and insofar as contributors were concerned, we wanted to respect the anonymity that they had sought and that they were then entitled to under the law. We're talking now about contributions before April 7th, 1972.
Were they destroyed before or after the break-in?
They were destroyed after the break-in. I would insist, Mr. Chairman, that there's no relevance between the two.
Well, you say this. In other words, you had no desire to hide the records.
No, may I make a point here?
Destroy them to hide them.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Sloan's accounting for these funds was given to me on June 23rd. The only reason it was on June 23rd was that he was waiting for Mr. Kalmbach to come back from Europe to check the figure of amounts paid to Mr. Kalmbach. This statement was ready by Mr. Sloan several weeks before the Watergate affair. And he tendered it to me, and I said I didn't want it until he had checked out the figures with Mr. Porter, Liddy, and everyone else as to how much they had received.
Well, those figures merely gave a summary of the totals, didn't they?
Yes, that's right.
They didn't contain any record of the names and amounts of the names of contributors and amounts of contributions, and it didn't contain any records about how the funds were disbursed and used, did they?
There are records that show the amounts of the contributions, and I have been able to verify and reconstruct those. The only thing is missing is...
I'm not talking about the reconstruction. I'm talking about the record that Mr. Sloan gave you on the 23rd of June, 6 days after the break-in.
That record, Mr. Chairman, to the best of my recollection, I destroyed.
You destroyed?
Yes.
And you swear, you're stating upon your oath, that there's no connection between the destruction of these records and the break-in of the Watergate, or any fear that the press or the public might find out from these records what the truth was about these matters.
Well, let me speak only with respect to myself. I will say to you that there was no connection between my destruction of the summary sheets given to me by Mr. Sloan and the Watergate affair.
Well, it was quite a queer coincidence, wasn't it? It's rather a suspicious coincidence that the records which showed these matters were destroyed 6 days after the break-in at the Watergate.
Mr. Chairman, the adjectives are yours.
So?
The adjectives that you're using, queer, coincidence, and suspicious.
Well, don't you think it's rather suspicious?
No, I don't, Senator.
You think it's perfectly normal, the kind of things you would expect people who had records concerning outlays of campaign funds to destroy those records after 5 men are caught in an act of burglary with money that came from the committee in their pockets?
On April 6th, I asked Mr. Sloan to build up the records of all the contributors, and he did so. I asked him on April 10th, before I left on my vacation, to balance out his cash account. He did both of those things, pursuant to my requests. Now, the fact that they came to me after the Watergate was pure and innocent coincidence.
Well, why did you destroy the records?
For the reason I've already said, Mr. Chairman.
Well, you not only destroyed the prior records, but you destroyed the record he made you on the 23rd, after the Watergate.
I don't know what you mean by destruction of prior records.
Well, don't you know that Mr. Sloan destroyed the records of his records as treasurer?
Mr. Sloan only destroyed, to the best of my knowledge, one book of account as treasurer, and that he did, according to his own testimony, yes, on the instructions of Mr. Kalmbach.
And that was the only book of accounts he had, wasn't it?
Oh, no, he had hundreds of books of accounts.
Can you produce them?
I've seen some of them since. I never saw the books of account during the time they were being created.
Mr. Stans, don't you know that the records he destroyed were the only records he had in respect to these, the only original records he had in respect to these cash accounts?
The record that he destroyed was, so far as I know, the only original record he had of these cash transactions. That's correct.
Yes.
But as I've said, we have been able to, Mr. Sloan has been able to reconstruct the expenditures by this account that you have before you, and I have been able to reconstruct the contributions, and we can account for the money, I believe, quite accurately.
You have reconstructed the totals of the expenditures. You haven't reconstructed any records which show what the items for which these expenditures were made, have you?
Now, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Sloan has reconstructed this list of expenditures, and I do not know the items for which these expenditures were made. I have testified to that.
Well, don't you think it was very unwise on Mr. Sloan's part to destroy the original records, the only original records they had of cash amounts received and expended?
I didn't get your question, sir.
Don't you think that it was very unwise on the part of Mr. Sloan to destroy the only original records of cash receipts and expenditures?
There were reasons at the time. In retrospect, we would have saved an awful lot of questions if we had kept them. But we had reasons which we believed were valid and which were based on legal advice. But we did not need to keep these records.
Was Mr. Liddy the one that gave you the legal advice to destroy the records?
Mr. Liddy was one of those who gave us legal advice. I remind the chairman, in all fairness, that at the time Mr. Liddy gave us the legal advice, he was in good standing as our counsel. There was no reason to suspect him in any way, and he was doing a good job as counsel. Now, but I did get opinions from others, including John Dean and including Romer McPhee.
Why did you destroy the summary which Mr. Taylor made and gave you on the 23rd of June?
The summary which Mr. Sloan gave me?
Yes.
I have testified before that I had it on my desk for a few days, that I was interested in the names of the contributors because I wanted to be sure that we had a record of that. That I was interested in the balance he had on hand. That I was not interested. It was not my concern or interest to know who the disbursements had gone to. Mr. Sloan had balanced that all out with the people who had gotten the money.
Well, what I'm asking you is why were you interested in destroying the things you were interested in?
Because...
Mr. Chairman, I wonder if we can have some order in this hearing.
I will ask the members of the audience not to demonstrate their...
For two reasons, Mr. Chairman, which I will try to explain again. Number one, it was possible to determine at any time from remaining records and from the recollections of people who had given that money. Number two, under the law, as we understood it, based on advice of counsel, there was no requirement that we keep these records. And as I testified yesterday, the opinion of counsel, it was to the effect that we didn't have to keep any records before April 7th if we didn't want to. Now, we've kept 99% of our records.
Except you kept no records of the cash receipts and expenditures.
Well, that's not quite correct, Mr. Chairman. We have kept some records, and we have been able from those records to reconstruct what has happened.
Well, why destroy your previous records, and why destroy your subsequent records and reduce yourself to the necessity of reconstructing something that you already had and destroyed?
Very simply. For the reason
it's too simple for me to understand, really.
Well, Mr. Chairman, for the reason that we were seeking to protect the privacy, the confidentiality of the contributions on behalf of the contributors.
Mr. Stans, was it the attitude of your committee and your attitude that the American people are not entitled to know who was making political contributions to influence the election of the President of the United States?
Mr. Chairman, if you'll permit me, I'd like to answer that in some detail. Drawing partially on my testimony of yesterday, at which part I believe the Chairman was absent. The laws in effect prior to April 7th relating to candidates for nomination did not require any reporting of any kind, did not even require any bookkeeping. We kept a lot of books, nevertheless. Beginning with April 7th, they did require that all contributions be recorded, and we made an honest and total effort to see that that was done. But with respect to people who contributed before April 7th, there were two parties in interest. There was our committee, and there was the contributor. Our committee didn't care whether those names were disclosed or not, but we felt that we did not have the right to waive the contributor's privacy. If he wanted to tell how much he gave, that was his right. But it was not our right to say how much he had given unless he wanted to. Now, we were confronted with a political situation at the time in which some of the candidates for president had released the names of their contributors. And we had to consider whether we wanted to do the same thing. We met, we considered it, and we decided that we did not, that we were not going to give away the rights to privacy of the individual contributors who had helped in the campaign. That was our decision.
In other words, you decided that the right of the contributors to have their contributions concealed was superior to the right of the American citizens to know who was making contributions to influence the election of the President of the United States.
We didn't evaluate it in those terms. We've evaluated in the terms that it was the Congress of the United States in 1925 that gave the option to a contributor to remain anonymous, and that we had no right to give away his anonymity.
Well, Mr. Stans, do you not think that men who have been honored by the American people as you have ought to have their course of action guided by ethical principles which are superior to the minimum requirements of the criminal laws?
I don't have any quarrel with that, but there's an ethical question in whether or not I can take your money as a contributor with an understanding on your part that you're entitled to privacy in that contribution, and then go around and release the figure to the public.
Well, all the law said, as you construe it, as your counsel construed it, was that you didn't have to make a public reporting of these contributions. The law didn't require you to destroy the records of those contributions, did it?
Mr. Chairman, the law didn't even go that far. The law didn't even require us to keep any records during that period of time, and the advice of my attorney.
But the law didn't require you to destroy the records you did keep.
No, of course not.
Yes.
That would be a silly proposition.
Well, do you think that that men who exercise great political power, as you were exercising, and as the former Attorney General of the United States were exercising, and these other people engaged in the committee work, that they ought to merely they ought to disregard ethical principles and say they have fulfilled their full duty to the American people as long as they keep on the windy side of the law?
Senator, I haven't said that, and I wouldn't say it. I'm saying that I think we have to balance one ethical principle against another. The right of privacy of an individual as against the right of the public to know. The Congress has recognized that as a problem. That's why it passed a new law. And there was no reason that I know of why we should have anticipated the date that law was effective. The Congress, Mr. Chairman, gave us 60 days after the law was effective to operate under the old law.
Yes,
and we did.
You had an old law which required you to report contributions, didn't you?
only in the case of a general election.
Well, Mr. Stans, you were solicited and collected millions of dollars in campaign contributions. Is that right?
Yes, I did.
Some of the people you solicited were even your friends, weren't they?
Yes, of course.
Don't you feel some obligation to them to take an interest in what was happening to the money they contributed?
Well, of course I did.
In view of your position as finance chairman, didn't you think that these people were relying on you taking an interest in what happened to their money, at least to the extent that it was used for legal campaign purposes?
I think they had every right to assume that I would not do anything in contravention of the law.
Well, now, can you tell us what a single item of this 1,000 outside of the $50,000 given to Mr. Lankler? Can you tell us a single item that was spent that this expenditures of $1,027,000 went for?
I can tell you about the only other item of which I had knowledge at the time, and that is the $15,000 that went at the request of Mr. Clement Stone. Mr. Stone was a very large contributor, the largest contributor in the campaign. And he said to someone in the organization, I don't know who, I've given you all that I'm going to give this year, but I want $15,000 of it to go to a fund in Illinois that's dealing with vote fraud, and I think you ought to be willing to give $15,000 of my money back for that purpose. Now, I was aware of that. And
for what purpose?
A committee in Illinois, the name of which I don't recall, that was dealing with this bipartisan program to prevent vote frauds.
So they took $15,000 of this to prevent vote frauds in Illinois.
That's correct.
Yes. Now, you know about the $50,000 to Mr. Lankler.
Yes, sir, and I testified about that.
Now, was that paid out in cash?
Yes, it was.
Will you please tell me why you paid the disbursed $50,000 in cash to Mr. Lankler instead of by check?
That's my recollection that he asked for it in that form because he wanted to mix it into the receipts of the party that was being held in Maryland.
In other words, they were holding a fundraising dinner for in the Vice President's honor.
In honor of the Vice President.
Yes. And they wanted to make it appear that they took in $50,000 more than they actually took in, didn't they?
They wanted to make it look more successful than it apparently was.
In other words, they wanted to practice a deception on the general public as to the amount of honor that was paid to the Vice President.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure this is the first time that's happened in American politics.
Well, you know, there's been murder and larceny in every generation, but that hasn't made murder meritorious or larceny illegal. Well, that was the objective, wasn't it?
That was the objective, yes.
You approve of trying to deceive the public about the success or lack of success of fundraising dinner?
No, I gave it to the committee as a loan in consideration of a commitment that I had made some months before to give them $50,000 if they needed it or wanted it.
Well, the only thing they needed it for was to make it appear that the fundraising dinner was $50,000 more successful than it actually was.
That is correct, Senator.
And so then you claim the money and get it back. In other words, the only purpose of the use of the $50,000 was to practice a deception.
So far as I know, that is exactly what was intended, and if you want to indict me for that, all right.
Well, that's almost on a moral plane in my judgment with a vote fraud. Not quite, perhaps. Now, your committee not only didn't keep records, but it actually undertook to conceal transactions, didn't it, with respect to campaign contributions?
I'm not sure what you're referring to, Mr. Chairman.
Well, I'm referring to the Mexican checks.
Absolutely not, Mr. Chairman.
Well, you said you got a phone call from the state chairman in Texas.
On April 3rd.
Yes.
Asking me if it was all right for him to accept a contribution from an American citizen who had money in Mexico and wanted to give it in Mexican funds.
Now, how long did he give you the name of the party?
No, he did not.
Didn't it occur to you that, well, I'll withdraw that question. How long was it after that, the 3rd of April, till you received this $89,000 in 4 Mexican cashier checks?
Well, I didn't receive it, and I never saw the checks. It was received by Mr. Sloan on April 5th of last year.
And didn't you receive it?
No, I did not. I did not receive those checks. They did not go through my hands, and I did not see them until I was asked to look at them in a deposition I gave in Florida at the time of the convention.
Well, anyway, you told the state Republican chairman of Texas that it'd be all right for your committee to receive the checks.
Under those circumstances described,
now,
yes.
Now, those there were 4 checks, and they were cashier's checks drawn to an obscure. The payee was an obscure Mexican lawyer, wasn't he?
I certainly didn't know his name. I didn't hear his name until months later.
And were they not endorsed in a rather illegible endorsement?
I have no idea. I never saw the checks at the time.
Well, didn't you see them later?
Yes, I saw them in August.
Well, what about their appearance in August when you saw them?
I don't recall the endorsement, to tell you the truth.
Well, don't you know, Mr. Stans, that one way to conceal financial transactions is to get cashier's checks so that the name of the donor will not appear on it?
Well, I suppose anyone could do that, yes.
Yes.
I don't know very many cases in which that happened.
Well, I think that we'll find out some more, perhaps. Well, anyway, did you ever talk to Mr. You had nothing to do with sending these down to the bank account of Mr. Barker?
Absolutely not.
You did make an investigation later, didn't you?
I did not make an investigation. I got the results of other investigations.
Well, was the committee accustomed to doing what they call laundering checks?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I'm glad you asked that question. I've been waiting for it since yesterday. Our committee did not launder any checks with anybody. Our committee did not send any money to any foreign country to be laundered and brought back to the United States, positively, period.
You didn't send any anywhere?
No, sir.
You deposited all checks right in the bank here in Washington?
We deposited all checks in the bank accounts of one or other of our committees in Washington or in the States.
Well, the committee, Mr. Sloan, as treasurer of the committee, was authorized by you to receive these 4 Mexican checks, didn't it? Wasn't it?
It wasn't a question of authorization. He did it in the ordinary course of his duties. I didn't know the checks were coming.
You had a phone call in which the state chairman of Texas wanted to know if you could receive a contribution from an American who had money in Mexico, didn't you?
Yes, sir, but there was no discussion about the form as to whether it was going to
Well, anyway, the checks did arrive, you found out later.
I found out approximately 3 weeks after they arrived that they had come.
And you found out that instead of there was a bank in the office in which your committee had in the building in which your committee had offices, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
Well, didn't it strike you very queer that the checks would not be deposited there, be sent down to the bank account of Mr. Bernard L. Barker?
Mr. Chairman, I did not handle those checks. It was Mr. Sloan who received them as treasurer. He discussed them with counsel because he wasn't sure how they should be handled. Counsel recommended that they be returned to cash.
And that was Mr. Liddy, the counsel?
That is correct.
Yes. And was Bernard L. Barker employed by the committee the Finance Committee to re-elect the president?
Not to my knowledge. I don't know Mr. Barker. I never met him.
Well, these checks wound up in his bank account, didn't they?
I have no idea how they wound up in his bank account, Mr. Chairman.
But you do know from your investigation that that's where they wound up.
That's where they wound up.
Yes, sir.
I
You also know from your investigation that they stayed there till the 24th, that you know that he deposited not only these $114,000, these $89,000 in the 4 Mexican checks, but at the same time he deposited the Dahlberg check of $25,000, which had been received by you personally.
Which had been received by me personally,
Yes.
which had been held by me for a very brief time and turned over to our treasurer, who on his own discussed it with counsel and accepted counsel's recommendation that they be turned into cash.
And his counsel was Mr. Liddy again.
His counsel was Mr. Liddy.
And the $89,000 in Mexican checks and the $25,000 Dahlberg check which you received all wound up at the same time in the same bank account and the same day, didn't it?
I'm not sure about the same day, but they all cleared through the bank account of Bernard Barker. Now, Mr. Sloan has testified, and I believe Mr. Sloan, that he got the proceeds of those checks back. That Mr. Liddy...
Well, don't you call that laundering checks?
No, I don't call that laundering checks.
Well, what do you call it?
I call it stupidity on the part of our general counsel.
Well, the truth of it is they wanted to hide it, didn't they?
Well, I don't know what his judgment was. I think the only man who could tell that is Mr. Gordon Liddy, and I wish he would talk because I think he would clear up a great many things.
What about Mr. Sloan?
Well, Mr. Sloan has been before this committee and has testified.
Yes.
He took the advice of counsel.
Mr. Stans, regardless of whether anybody wanted to hide anything, can you imagine a more efficacious method to be devised to hide something than that?
Mr. Sloan has given a reason for converting the checks into cash, that he couldn't deposit $25,000 or any other amount of that size in the account of a single committee without creating gift tax problems for the contributor. Normally, the contributions are divided over a group of committees not to exceed $3,000 each. In this case, apparently, and I wasn't there, apparently Mr. Liddy recommended that the checks be converted into cash so that the amounts could be distributed over a number of committees. I'm just quoting Mr. Sloan, and that's
well, Mr. Stans, you received the $25,000 check, the Dahlberg check yourself.
I received it on 11th of April and gave it to Mr. Sloan.
And you gave it to Mr. Sloan.
And I explained
And did you give it to Mr. Sloan so it could be divided up so they could circumvent the gift tax law?
I have testified several times. I gave it to Mr. Sloan and told him the story of how the money had been received and the intention of the contributor, and asked him to figure out how to handle it.
Well, you were engaged in the business of dividing up single contributions to your committee in such a way as to defeat the application of the gift tax law, weren't you?
Senator, I think that's an improper phrasing. We were not engaged.
Well, what were you dividing them up for?
We did not normally divide up checks. That is the problem.
Well, you just stated that Mr. Sloan couldn't deposit the $25,000 checks received by you because if he did, that would be subject to the gift tax law.
What I'm saying, and what I was saying in answer to your earlier question, is that in almost all cases the contributor divided up his contribution by making it to different committees.
Well, the contributor didn't divide up the $25,000 Dahlberg check, did it?
No, but it's evident that he wanted it divided up, because he wrote a letter later on criticizing us for not having divided it up.
Well, you say that Mr. Sloan sent it down to Mr. Liddy, was instrumental in getting it down to Mr. Barker's bank account, and it wasn't split up into $3,000 deposits there. It was deposited $114,000 on one day, wasn't it?
The fact that Mr. Liddy sent it down to Mr. Barker's bank account is still only a presumption because I don't know the facts. They ended up going through Mr. Barker's bank account, but they could conceivably have gone through several other hands in the process.
Well, Mr. Stans, when your deposition was taken and these these checks were exhibited to you, they bore the evidences they'd been deposited in Miami Bank, didn't they?
Yes, they bore.
So you don't say it's still just an assumption or presumption, do you, that they were deposited there?
No, I didn't say that was a presumption. I said the presumption that I wasn't sure about was whether they went directly from Liddy to Barker. There may have been other people in the chain of movement.
Now, on April the 24th, Barker withdrew. You learned later, as stated in the paper that you say you read, that he withdrew $25,000 of this money, and that at least $10,000 of it was in a $100 bill. You learned that, didn't you?
I read that in the paper, yes.
And you learned that, you know, that under law that the bank is required to keep a record of the serial numbers of bills when they pay out more than $5,000 in cash at one time, don't you?
I am not conversant with the provisions of that law. I'm not sure whether those provisions ever went into effect, because there were some provisions of that bill passed by the Congress that were stayed by a court case in California, and I'm not sure whether that bill ever went into effect.
Well, you read in the paper subsequently and knew that on the 8th day of May in 1972 that Barker withdrew $89,000 from the proceeds of these checks from his Miami bank account, didn't you?
I read that, yes.
And then you read after Watergate hearing that 53 $100 bills that had come out of this withdrawal were found in the pockets of four of the burglars. They were caught red-handed in the Watergate, didn't you?
I read something to that effect. I'm not sure that the chain of connection was ever established or not, but I did read that in the paper.
Now, how much of this $1,027,000 in cash that was not deposited, where was that kept?
It was kept under the jurisdiction of the treasurer, Mr. Sloan.
Well, was not part of it kept in the safe of your secretary?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I discussed that this morning, and let me break it down into two parts. Before April 7th, or when any money came in, I gave it to Mr. Sloan at the first opportunity, and I only used my safe in the event that Mr. Sloan was not available to protect the money until I could give it to him. And as I said, there was only one occasion on which there was more than one contribution in that safe. Now, after April 7th, a different situation prevailed. We cleared out all the money in my safe before April 7th, when I gave him the last of the contributions that I had accepted. And so far as I knew, there was no more money in that safe. However, I went on vacation on the 12th of April, returned on the 24th, and during that time, Mr. Sloan decided that he did not want to keep the money in his safe any longer. He had it all at that time. So, since he had the combination of the safe in my secretary's office, he moved the money into that safe. I did not know he had done that until sometime in August, when I testified to one thing and he testified to another, and we talked it over, and I found out he was using my safe, the one in my secretary's office, for a period of time.
How much money in cash did you and Mr. Sloan have in the offices of the committee to re-elect the president at any one time?
I don't know. Mr. Sloan handled the cash, and I don't know how much was in it any one time, except on the days in which I asked him for the figure, or on the days in which...
Well, tell us about the days you asked him for the figures.
Well, occasionally, after I was aware that some contributions had come in, I asked him how much he had, and suggested he make some deposits. That's how he made $400,000 in deposits prior to April 7th.
Yes, but there was over $1 million he didn't deposit. That's what I'm talking about.
Well, he didn't have it because he had paid it out. Some of these items...
Well, he had it before he paid it out.
Mr. Chairman, let's be fair.
I'm trying to be fair.
Some of these items were paid out by Mr. Sloan before I even got to the committee. Many of them were paid out without my knowledge.
Well, this $350,000 that was put in a briefcase and carried by Mr. Strong over to Mr. Haldeman, that was there in cash, wasn't it?
That was there in cash.
And all at one time?
Of course.
Yes.
But I don't know what the total balance was at any one time, Mr. Chairman.
Well, you do know that prior to the 7th of April, that there was as much a total from the time they started to putting it in cash in the offices there, instead of putting it in the bank, there was a total of $1,777,000 approximately in cash in that office.
Over a period of 12 months.
Yes.
Yes.
And the office was in a bank building, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
And all you'd had to done to make it safe would have been somebody got on the elevator and gone down to the bank and deposited in the bank, wouldn't it?
That would be a very simple way to do it.
Well, why didn't you do it?
I wasn't the treasurer. Mr. Sloan was the treasurer.
Well, when did you become treasurer?
I never became treasurer. I became
Well,
chairman.
you became, you were the chairman.
February
and the
15th.
chairman is, I understand the setup, the chairman is superior to the treasurer, and the treasurer takes orders from him.
Well, that needs clarification, too.
Well, clarify it, please, sir.
The statute, in effect, fixes the responsibilities of the treasurer very thoroughly as to all matters of the handling of money, accounting, dispersing, and reporting. The statute does not fix the responsibilities of the chairman. Now, Mr. Sloan had his responsibilities and I had mine, and we worked together very well.
You're talking about the statutes, but you know you have an organization set up there that's independent of the statutes.
Yes, but we...
And you didn't have any statute that required anything then, you say.
But we had a method of operation which...
That's what I'm talking about. Under the method of operation, you were Mr. Sloan's superior, weren't you?
I was the coordinator of the committee, and in that sense I was superior to Mr. Sloan. But he had his functions, his responsibilities. He consulted with me when he had a problem, but he did his work otherwise, just as everyone else did in the committee.
And you gave him instructions from time to time as to what he should do, didn't you?
Of course I did.
There's a letter that Senator Talmadge called your attention to this morning, June the 1st, 1972, from you to Hugh Sloan, and it says you give him the instruction that checks must be deposited immediately and appropriate lists prepared so that the thank you letters will go out at once. Doesn't that sound like an order?
That certainly sounds like a strong suggestion.
Yep. You call it a strong suggestion. Well, I read in the infant drill regulations one time said that a request of a superior was equivalent to a command, and I would construe that to be a command myself. Now, you say did the committee to re-elect the president and the committee to the finance committee to re-elect the president have offices in the same building?
Yes, they did. Separated by several
Mr.
floors.
Mitchell was the head of the other committee.
Until July 1st.
And Mr. Magruder was he was a deputy under Mr. Mitchell.
That is correct.
And you have told this committee, as I construe your testimony, that Mr. Mitchell wouldn't tell you what he was going to spend the money for, and that you didn't inquire. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, the whole understanding of the arrangement was that it wasn't necessary for them in the campaign committee to tell us what they were going to spend the money for, except in the major categories as discussed in the meetings of the budget committee.
And you didn't have enough curiosity to inquire as to what to spend the money for?
Mr. Chairman, I didn't have any time for curiosity. I had to raise $40 million, and I worked at a frenzied pace during the entire period I was there.
Well, you did have some authority in determining amounts of money that was to be expended, didn't you?
Only in the aggregate by categories, and I had very little authority on that.
Well, now, how you were a member of the Budgetary Committee, weren't you?
That's correct.
Now, the Budgetary Committee was composed of you and two other representatives from the the Finance Committee to re-elect the President.
Correct.
Who were the other two members?
Mr. Sloan and Mr. Nunn.
And who were the members of the Budgetary Committee from the committee to re-elect the President?
Mr. Mitchell, Mr. Magruder, and I think Mr. Porter, but I'm not quite sure.
Well, you all met, didn't you?
Yes, we met regularly.
And didn't you confer about how much money you were going to spend?
Yes, we did.
And you had some authority to say something about how much money was to be spent, didn't you?
I had no authority, Mr. Chairman. I only had the authority to argue.
Well, you claim that you're just a puppet of John Mitchell's? Is that what you claim?
No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying that as
well,
a member...
Mr. Stans, I wish you'd explain to me. You you say something about the expenditures, didn't you? The amounts of the expenditures?
Mr. Chairman, as I said in my statement and as I testified this morning in some detail, the budget was broken down into about a dozen items. And it is that which we argued about in the Budget Committee meetings. An item of research and planning, direct mail and telephone, $6,785,000. Now that included $4.5 million for direct mail, $1,900,000 for telephone, and $180,000 for computer maps, and so on.
Well, that was the overall budget, wasn't it?
This was in the overall budget.
And you agreed on the overall budget all at one time, didn't you?
Oh, no, we debated the overall budget right up to the end.
You debated and re-debated the same thing each time?
Every time we met, because I was trying to get the spending reduced.
If you had no authority in the matter, why did you debate?
That's the authority I had, was to debate.
Well, now, didn't they ever ask you your judgment about the amounts that should be spent for this, that, or the other?
No. They presented figures to me, they presented programs to me, and I was in the position of either agreeing or challenging. And that is why, Mr. Chairman, I wrote the letter of May 10th to Mr. Mitchell. I'd sat in a number of these budget meetings. I had made very little progress in reducing the figures that were proposed, and I wrote a letter and said I think we ought to cut the budget a fairly significant amount of money. I didn't succeed. I think it's well known I did.
Are you telling the committee that Mr. Mitchell was a supreme authority in that field?
No. I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying that the budgets were prepared by the people under Mr. Mitchell who had charge of the various functions. There were about a dozen different divisions of the budget, and each was under an individual. He prepared his budget. He came in and argued for it, and I was in the position of being the devil's advocate in every case and saying that's too much money and the total is too high. And
now, how often did the Budgetary Committee meet?
Beginning Labor Day, it was scheduled to meet every week. Before Labor Day, it met at somewhat irregular occasions. There were fairly frequent meetings in April and May, and less frequent meetings, I believe, in June, July, and August.
Well, wasn't it your function, among other things, to discuss and debate and reach a conclusion with the other members of the Budgetary Commission as to what outlays of money should be made?
Yes, sir, that was...
spend the money for?
Mr. Chairman, I didn't have any time for curiosity. I had to raise $40 million, and I worked at a frenzied pace during the entire period I was there.
Well, you did have some authority in determining amounts of money that was to be expended, didn't you?
Only in the aggregate by categories, and I had very little authority on that.
Well, now, how you were a member of the Budgetary Committee, weren't you?
That's correct.
Now, the Budgetary Committee was composed of you and two other representatives from the committee the Finance Committee to re-elect the president.
Correct.
Who were the other two members?
Mr. Sloan and Mr. Nunn.
And who were the members of the Budgetary Committee from the committee to re-elect the president?
Mr. Mitchell, Mr. Magruder, and I think Mr. Porter, but I'm not quite sure.
Well, you all met, didn't you?
Yes, we met regularly.
And didn't you confer about how much money you were going to spend?
Yes, we did.
And you had some authority to say something about how much money was to be spent, didn't you?
I had no authority, Mr. Chairman. I only had the authority to argue.
Well, you claim that you're just a puppet of John Mitchell's? Is that what you claim?
No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying that as
well,
a member...
Mr. Stans, I wish you'd explain to me. You you say something about the expenditures, didn't you? The amounts of the expenditures?
Mr. Chairman, as I said in my statement and as I testified this morning in some detail, the budget was broken down into about a dozen items. And it is that which we argued about in the Budget Committee meetings. An item of research and planning, direct mail and telephone, $6,785,000. Now that included $4.5 million for direct mail, $1,900,000 for telephone, and $180,000 for computer maps, and so on.
Well, that was the overall budget, wasn't it?
This was in the overall budget.
And you agreed on the overall budget all at one time, didn't you?
Oh, no, we debated the overall budget right up to the end.
You debated and re-debated the same thing each time?
Every time we met, because I was trying to get the spending reduced.
If you had no authority in the matter, why did you debate?
Well, that's the authority I had, was to debate.
Well, now, didn't they ever ask you your judgment about the amounts that should be spent for this, that, or the other?
No. They presented figures to me, they presented programs to me, and I was in the position of either agreeing or challenging. And that is why, Mr. Chairman, I wrote the letter of May 10th to Mr. Mitchell. I'd sat in a number of these budget meetings. I had made very little progress in reducing the figures that were proposed, and I wrote a letter and said I think we ought to cut the budget a fairly significant amount of money. I didn't succeed. I think it's well known I did.
Are you telling the committee that Mr. Mitchell was a supreme authority in that field?
No. I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying that the budgets were prepared by the people under Mr. Mitchell who had charge of the various functions. There were about a dozen different divisions of the budget, and each was under an individual. He prepared his budget. He came in and argued for it, and I was in the position of being the devil's advocate in every case and saying that's too much money and the total is too high. And
now, how often did the Budgetary Committee meet?
Beginning Labor Day, it was scheduled to meet every week. Before Labor Day, it met at somewhat irregular occasions. There were fairly frequent meetings in April and May, and less frequent meetings, I believe, in June, July, and August.
Well, wasn't it your function, among other things, to discuss and debate and reach a conclusion with the other members of the Budgetary Commission as to what outlays of money should be made?
Yes, sir, that was the function.
Yes. Can you...
I apparently wasn't eloquent enough
Can you explain to a simple-minded man like me the mental process by which you can determine how much money ought to be spent for a particular project unless you know what the project is?
That exactly is the kind of problem we had. We had minimum specifications. The problem was not determining what the project was in those terms. The problem was, do we need to spend $12 million for television and radio advertising, and another $4.5 million for direct mail, and another $1,900,000 for telephone? Or isn't there an overkill and a duplication in doing all of these things? Mr. Chairman, there's no yardstick by which you judge the necessities of a political campaign. I was only arguing to keep the expenditures down to the limits that I thought I could raise.
Then you didn't take into consideration of how much was needed.
There is no such definition as how much is needed except the subjective definition of the people who want to spend the money.
Well, I don't know whether I understand your testimony or not. Are you telling me, in effect, that Mr. John Mitchell was running the show and you had very little voice in it except to raise the money that he wanted to spend?
No, I'm not quite telling you that. I'm telling you that in the Budget Committee meetings, I was not very successful in holding down the level of spending.
Did they ever discuss the question in any budgetary meeting about using any money for intelligence work?
I don't recall any discussions of that type.
Did you ever vote to authorize the use of any money for intelligence work?
No. If you mean by that the kind of intelligence that we're talking about in connection with the Watergate and so on, no.
Now, before you talked to the President in August, you say the President called you.
The President called me in August, and I've checked my record, and I believe the meeting I had with him was in September.
Now,
early September.
You were, I digress for a minute to say that you were familiar with the power structure as the power was exercised in the White House, are you not?
Generally speaking, it changed quite a bit.
And the man next to the President was Mr. Haldeman.
One of the men next to the President was
Mr. Ehrlichman was the other.
That is correct.
Yes. And John W. Deans was a man who was subordinate to both of them, wasn't he?
I don't really know. He was the general counsel. I don't know where he stood on the organization structure of the White House.
Well, you didn't put him ahead of Mr. Haldeman or Mr. Ehrlichman, either one in his authority, did you?
No, but for all I know, he may have been on a par with them. I just don't know.
Yeah, there's a vote on it.
Yes. I got a question I'm going to ask before we go.
Yeah. Well, I haven't quite finished.
I haven't either, so you want me to ask the question now before we go?
No, I think we both just go vote.
I'd like to get it in before we break.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, we have a vote in progress now, and I know we're going to have to leave, but you've raised some interesting questions. And I'd like the Chairman's attention just for a moment. I have not been a protector and I have not been a defender of any witness, nor have I been a prosecutor, I believe. And I don't propose to start that now. But it seems to me that the inquiry into two areas on campaign financing deserves further inquiry. The Chairman's question of this witness as to whether there was a higher duty than that required by the law under the Corrupt Practices Act of 1929 is very interesting, particularly with reference to the method and manner of accounting for cash contributions and cash disbursements and the requirement of the law or the custom and usage by political parties in dispersing cash. The second question the Chairman raised about whether or not the dividing up of cash contributions into smaller sums for multiple deposit is an attempt to defeat the gift tax as distinguished from avoiding the gift tax. Mr. Chairman, it seems to me that in absolute fairness, if we're going to inquire into something higher than the language of the law, or into the custom and practice of politics in this respect, that it's incumbent on this committee, and I suggest that the committee subpoena all the records of the Democratic National Committee and all of those candidates for nomination of either of the two major political parties for a reasonable time preceding April 7, 1972, and subsequently, to shed light on exactly what the custom and usage in politics was. I hope we will have witnesses here to discuss the manner of handling cash, the manner of handling deposits in order to avoid gift tax consequences before these hearings conclude.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to associate my position, too, with the Vice Chairman. I think we should look into those things, and I would like to say something else, too. American public, I don't think, understands how these committee hearings are conducted. Unless they, and I don't want them to get the impression that the questioning of any senator here is found favor by other senators. And I, for one, have not appreciated the harassment of this witness by the chairman in the questioning that is just finished. I think this Senate committee ought to act in fairness.
Well, I have not questioned the veracity of the witness. I've asked the witness some questions to find out what the truth is.
I didn't use the word veracity. I used the word harassment.
The what? Harassment?
Harassment. H-A-R-A-S-S-M-E-N-T.
Well, I'm sorry that my distinguished friend from Florida does not approve of my method of examining the witness. I'm an old country lawyer, and I don't know the fine ways to do it. I just have to do it my way.
I didn't say I approved or disapproved, Mr. Chairman. I just want to disassociate myself.
If the Senator will yield just for a moment, I think that it's important that we have this in perspective. There's no point for us to go on to an argument. I understood the chairman to say that he found favor with my suggestion that the documents of the Democratic National Committee and candidates be subpoenaed, and that witnesses be subpoenaed to testify on the custom and usage with respect to the gift tax and the handling and disbursement of funds. Is that correct?
Oh, yes, and
I thank my chairman for
the
that.
Vice Chairman that I would urge the committee to authorize me to sign any subpoena for any person that any member of the committee wants to get.
I thank the chairman very much.
I think perhaps going to vote, though.
Criticism over Chairman Irvin's questioning of Campaign Finance Chief Maurice Stans has been stopped by a roll call vote on the floor of the Senate. Senator Irvin obviously still has a few questions to ask, and when he does them, public television's complete coverage of the Watergate hearings will continue after this pause for station identification.
Unabridged coverage of these hearings is provided as a public service by the member stations of PBS, the Public Broadcasting Service. From Washington, NPACT continues its coverage of hearings by the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities. Here again, correspondent Jim Lehrer.
All right, the Irvin-Gurney storm is apparently over for now as Senator Irvin resumes his questioning of Chairman Maurice Stans.
Mr. Secretary, you testified about Mr. Kalmbach coming to you and asking you for, as I understand you, to say all the money that you had available.
All the cash I could give
all
him.
The cash, and you gave
right.
You gave him $75,000.
Yes, I did.
Now, you said that was not out of campaign funds. Did you mean by that it was out of this special campaign fund that had been set up for your use?
Well, I said it was not out of money that was the property of the committee. First, $45,000 of it was money that had been given to me for expenses, which I decided not to use. $30,000 of it was money which had been offered by a contributor, but I didn't know I could accept it, so I hadn't accepted it. I was holding it in escrow, as it were, pending a determination of whether I could accept it or not. Those were the two funds that I gave to Mr. Kalmbach.
Now, the $45,000 had been set aside for your use in raising campaign funds, hadn't it?
Had been set aside, yes, for my expenses.
Yes. Now, at that time, Mr. Kalmbach told you that that was a White House project, and that he had the request was made by him on high authority.
Yes.
But he refused to tell you what the money was for.
That is correct.
Now, you later found out that money was given to a man named Tony to bring down to Washington to be used to pay lawyer fees for the defendants in the criminal action before Judge Sirica.
Yes, I learned that in sometime late April or May.
Now,
of this year.
Don't you know that approximately $450,000 of funds that were raised, either campaign funds or funds that were raised by people who were active in the campaign, were furnished to pay counsel fees for the attorneys for the defendants in the criminal action and to pay their salaries and to take care of their families?
No, sir, I do not know that.
Do you know of anything except the $75,000 that was used for that purpose?
That is all I know about.
So we have a situation here in the criminal cases that where the Department of Justice, which is where the prosecuting attorneys who held office at the pleasure of the President were prosecuting the case, and to some extent at least the counsel for the defendants in the criminal case were being paid by money which was furnished by people who were active in the campaign. Isn't that so?
Well, it depends on how much they were paid and what the source of the money was,
Yes.
and I really don't know.
Only to the extent of $75,000.
That is correct, and that was not.
And some very distinguished gentlemen maintain that we ought to leave it to the prosecutors in the courts to determine this whole thing, and the committee ought to close shop. Now, yes. As I understand it, you have no record showing that you had a meeting with Magruder and Mitchell on June the 20th, and Magruder and Mitchell on June the 24th, 1972.
Mr. Chairman, I have something to add to what I said this morning. I have no record showing that I had any meeting with Magruder or Mitchell on June 24th, nor do I have any recollection. But because the committee put such emphasis on it, my counsel, on his initiative, called Mr. Mitchell's counsel, who talked to Mr. Mitchell to see if he had any recollection. And this is the report that I got back, which is quoting Mr. Mitchell. There was a meeting sometime during the day between Mardian, Magruder, and Sloan, at which Mardian was pushing Sloan and Magruder to find out how much money Sloan had given to Liddy. I was not at the meeting, and I did not know about the meeting. Then there was a second meeting the same day between Mardian, Sloan, and Mitchell. Mardian had brought Sloan to Mitchell because Mardian did not find out from Sloan how much money he had given Liddy. Again, I was not at that meeting, and I did not know of the meeting at the time it was held. Then, according to Mr. Mitchell's records, at 3:40, there was a telephone conversation between Mitchell and me. Whether he placed it originally or whether I did, we don't know. At 4 p.m., I met with Mr. Mitchell in his office, alone. No one else was present. Mitchell told me that Sloan would not tell him how much money Sloan had given Liddy, and asked me if I knew. And I said I did not. That is all that was said. Now, I am giving you a report which is third hand, Mr. Mitchell to his counsel, to my counsel, to me. As I said earlier, I have had no recollection of the meeting, had no record of it, and I still have no recollection of the meeting, but this is Mr. Mitchell's report. Now, but it did not cover anything beyond the question of how much money did Sloan give Liddy. It did not cover any of the subjects that were alluded to in the questioning earlier as to whether there was a full discussion of who was involved in the Watergate and so on.
Now, within a few weeks after the break-in, you knew that McCord, who had been employed as a security officer by the political committee, as I understand it, that is the committee to re-elect the president, had been arrested in the Watergate.
Yes, I knew that the day after.
And then you found out from the press that Barker and Sturgis and Gonzalez and Martinez had money which had come from the proceeds of checks of the committee in their pockets at the time they were arrested and in their hotel rooms.
I knew that only from press stories. I did not know it.
Then, a short time later, you knew that Magruder had paid substantial, or rather had directed Sloan, and Sloan at Magruder's direction had paid substantial sums of money to Liddy.
Yes.
That you also knew that Liddy had been charged with complicity in the Watergate break-in.
Well, before that, Mr. Liddy had refused to answer questions to the FBI, and on advice of counsel, I fired him.
Did you ask Liddy anything about the matter yourself?
No, I did not, because Mr. Mardian was handling all of the legal matters involving the Watergate.
Well, Liddy had been serving as general counsel of your committee.
Yes.
Why didn't you ask him questions?
Because Mr. Mardian showed me a memorandum addressed to me stating that Mr. Liddy had failed to cooperate with the FBI, asked my approval to fire him, and said don't discuss the matter with him or don't discuss anything with Mr. Liddy. So that was the end of it. I shook hands. When Mr. Liddy came to my office at the close of the day, I shook hands with him, said goodbye, and that was it.
And you knew that, in fact, Mr. Sloan told you that he had so much misgivings about the money that had been given to Liddy by him at Magruder's request, that he was thinking about resigning.
Yes, that happened right around the 1st of July.
And he gave you that message by telephone, didn't he, first?
I'm not sure. I think he gave it to me in person in the office.
Well, anyway, you told him to come and talk to you in person about it, didn't you?
Oh, that was somewhat later. That was
Yes.
2 weeks later.
And when he came to talk to you about his resigning, you told him that you had already informed the FBI that he had resigned.
No, I didn't tell him that, but it evolved in that manner. I was certain that Mr. Sloan was resigning. There was no question that that was his intention. He hadn't submitted it in writing, but when I met with the FBI, I said that Mr. Sloan had offered to resign 2 weeks ago and was undoubtedly resigning, and that was the record.
Well, then, didn't Mr. Sloan tell you at any time that Mr. Magruder had sought to persuade him to commit perjury in respect to the amount of money that had been given to Mr. Liddy?
Yes, he did. He told me that after he had had the several conversations with Mr. Magruder, and after he had told Mr. Magruder that he was going to tell the truth.
Now, Mr. Stans, didn't all of this knowledge you acquired one way or another about these matters that I've enumerated engender in your mind a feeling that you ought to communicate, you ought to talk to the President about this matter? And that you realize that the President's, well, answer that question first.
Mr. Chairman, this did not all happen on one day, as you know. It was a growing thing.
Yes.
As one circumstance after another developed, it was evident that it was entirely possible that Mr. Liddy was implicated in this matter. There was no indication that anyone else was outside of those who were arrested. Mr. Mardian had been appointed as the counsel to investigate the situation, presumably to report to Mr. Mitchell and the President, and it was outside of my domain, so I did not go beyond.
But you did know about Magruder. Sloan had told you about Magruder trying to persuade him to commit perjury.
I had heard that from Sloan,
Yes.
but Sloan himself had carried that story to others.
And you knew that Mr. Mitchell had told you that Mr. Magruder was authorized to direct Mr. Sloan to make these payments to Liddy.
Yes, of course.
You knew all of these before you talked to the President in August, didn't you?
Oh, yes.
Now, you were not only a personal friend, but a political friend of the President, weren't you?
Yes, I believe.
And you wished him well.
I certainly did.
And you knew that under the Constitution, one of his principal obligations was to see that the laws be faithfully executed.
No question about it.
Didn't it occur to you that as a friend of the President, as one who wished him well and one who was endeavoring to secure his re-election, that you should have talked to the President about it and suggested to him that he come out and make it clear that he was going to enforce the law regardless of what happened?
Mr. Chairman, the President had far more resources than I did. It was known that the White House was conscious of the problem. I had no knowledge that they wasn't common knowledge at the time. I had nothing to tell the President that would have been unusual.
Well, didn't these, all you did know, engender in your mind a suspicion that maybe something was rotten in the committee to re-elect the President?
Mr. Chairman, I had no reason to suspect at that time and until March 23rd that there was anybody involved in this matter beyond McCord and Liddy.
And not even there was Hunt, who had worked, he had an office in the same building you had an office in, wasn't it?
I didn't know Mr. Hunt. I knew nothing about his connection with the affair.
Well, didn't you learn about that shortly thereafter?
But he was one of those who was indicted. No, I didn't know anything about Mr. Hunt except what I read in the press until he was indicted.
And these didn't know, and the fact that you'd been told that Mr. Magruder had tried to persuade Mr. Sloan to commit perjury, it didn't make you think that Mr. Magruder was implicated in some way in this?
Well, it's entirely possible that Mr. Magruder was, but he wasn't indicted by the grand jury, who had apparently had the entire story, according to Mr. Sloan's statement. I'm not in a position to accuse people of crimes if the grand jury doesn't find them indictable.
Well, I wasn't suggesting that. I was just suggesting that as a friend and well-wisher of the President that you might naturally have exactly the same inclination which Mr. Sloan evidently had, that something might be wrong, might be rotten in the committee to re-elect the President, and feel like that to protect the President you ought to call it to his attention, your misgivings.
Well, Mr. Magruder and Mr. Sloan testified before the grand jury. Mr. Sloan talked to people in the White House. All I can say is that I saw no reason for my going any farther with the President.
Well, you didn't have any feeling that there was anything rotten in the committee to re-elect the President that ought to be investigated?
Beyond that investigation which was going on by the FBI, by the grand jury, by the White House, and whatever other sources were involved, I had no investigating mechanism, and I did not.
Were you questioned individually by the FBI?
Oh, yes, I had 3 meetings with the FBI plus one occasion when they came back for a few questions.
In other words, you not only the information you didn't give the FBI was not in the form of a written statement made by you.
No, it was not.
And how long was it after you had the conversation with the President that the President announced that Dean had made an investigation and that he could assure the American people that nobody presently employed or then employed in the White House was implicated in any way?
Mr. Chairman, offhand, I don't know whether that announcement was made before or after the date that I had the meeting with the President.
Now, you talked to the President personally in September, you say?
Yes.
Did you discuss any of these matters with him?
No, I did not discuss the Watergate matter as such. The President commiserated with me. He said, I know you're taking a lot of punishment in the press and taking a great many accusations. He said, you're doing a fine job. I hope that you'll just keep on working because this will all be cleared up someday, and I'm confident that you had nothing to do with it. It was a pep talk, as I said, and I did take advantage of the occasion to say to the President, I think we're spending an awful lot of money. We're working awfully hard to raise it, and Mr. President, it's very hard to raise money for a candidate who's 30 points ahead in the polls. But that was the nature of the discussion.
I have a couple of rapid questions, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Stans, you testified that part of the money that went to Mr. Kalmbach was paid out of some Filipino national money, and you said that that had to be paid back?
Yes.
Was that paid back by check?
No, that was paid back by Mr. LaRue in the same form in which we received it, in cash.
Okay. Now, isn't it true, Mr. Stans, that shortly after the break-in, Mr. Sloan went to the White House because he was very upset about certain things that had allegedly happened, that he did indeed go there, that he talked to Mr. Ehrlichman and to Mr. Chapin?
He has so testified. I had no direct knowledge of it at the time.
All right. He returned to the committee, and did you not speak to him about his conversations at the White House?
I have no recollection of having spoken to him about that. It's possible that it's somewhere along the line he reported on those conversations, but I don't recall it. Mr. Sloan may have a better recollection on that than I do.
in quotes, did you recall raking him out about that maybe, criticizing?
I didn't understand your question.
Did you, quote, rake him out about having that meeting in the White House?
Oh, absolutely not.
All right. Now, do I understand it that your concept of Mr. Mitchell's role in the whole campaign is that he chaired those meetings you spoke about?
The meetings of the Budget Committee?
That's right.
Well, yes, we were really co-chairman of the Budget Committee, but I deferred to Mr. Mitchell. The meetings were held in his office or near his office, and in effect, I considered him the chairman of the meetings.
Well, you viewed him as the man in charge, didn't you, of the whole campaign?
Yes, but not in charge of the Finance Committee.
All right, but overall, you said that you had really nothing to do with the campaign, but you considered him in charge of the whole campaign process.
Yes, he was campaign director. That was his title.
All right, now when you were approached about giving some money to Mr. Liddy, you called up Mr. Mitchell, didn't you?
I went to see him.
Right, and I think yesterday in response to a question I proposed, you said that, do you mean, John, that if Magruder tells Sloan to pay these amounts or any amounts to Gordon Liddy, that he should do so? And he said, that is right. Now, before that, Mr. Mitchell had said to you, he will have to ask Magruder because Magruder is in charge of the campaign and he directs the spendings. Now, wasn't that incredible to you?
No, not in the context in which I understood it. What Mitchell was saying is that Magruder is the man who is handling the details of the campaign. Magruder is the man who is working out the programs. Magruder is the man who has the responsibility for directing the spending. When John Mitchell is before this committee, he can tell you better than I can what his function was, but I conceived his function to be that of the political professional, the man who talked to the political leaders in a state and organized the campaign in the state, the man who sought to bring about harmony in the campaign and so on. I did not conceive of Mr. Mitchell as the man who said, let's spend $745,000 for public relations. He was in on the discussions on that, but he was the political professional as I understood it. Magruder was the on-hand manager of the activity.
All right, Mr. Stans, my last question is this. I know that you have subsequently read about so-called CIA involvement in the Mexican transactions, but didn't you have some inkling of that at the time that the Dahlberg Mexican checks came up? Did somebody notify you about that there was possibly a CIA involvement? And who, if they did?
The stories I've been reading in the paper recently have been a great surprise to me about the discussions between the heads of the CIA and the FBI, because I was not aware that any of that was going on. But there was one occasion when Bob Allen had complained to me that the attorney in Mexico was being harassed, that the FBI had demanded to know the name of his client, that this would have breached his lawyer-client privilege, and that the FBI had threatened him that if he didn't tell them who his client was in the matter, they were going to go to all the clients of his firm until they found out. Allen called me and said, does the FBI have that much authority in a foreign country? And I said, I don't know. I talked to either to Mardian or to John Dean. I can't recall which one it was, and asked him the question. And sometime later, a day or two later, I got a reply. It said, it appears as though this lawyer may be a CIA source. And if that is the case, the investigation will stop at that point. Now, that is all I heard or know about that situation. I can't place that conversation in terms of a date, but I did get that one report. The investigation did not cease, and eventually was carried on until I was told the investigation is over.
Well, do you know any basis for that statement, that there was some White House position?
Pardon me?
Do you know of any basis for the apparent White House position that there was CIA involvement?
No, I don't, except, as you know, the White House was getting the FBI investigation reports, apparently, during this period of time.
Thank you.
Senator Gardner, do you have?
We have nothing.
Do we have any questions on this side?
Mr. Stans, I'll ask you to get volume 10 of the testimony. Turn to page 1733. Do you have that?
Senator, whose testimony is that?
This is Secretary Mr. Stans' testimony.
17.
Page 1733. And I quote.
We don't have that, sir.
Do you have another copy here? Let me read an inconsistency in the testimony and ask you if you can clarify it, please. On page 1733, this morning, I'm quoting Senator Norway. Yesterday and this morning, you've testified that you had no reason to question the integrity or the reliability of such associates as Mr. LaRue. You've described him as a good person, Mr. Mitchell or Mr. Combine. When did you suspect that something was wrong, Mr. Stans? I didn't have any suspicions about any of these people until after the disclosures in the press following, I believe it was March 23rd, when Mr. McCord wrote his letter. And then on page 1770 of the testimony, on line 20, Senator Talmadge, Mr. Stans, did that not raise suspicions in your mind as to the possible illegal or unethical uses of the money that Mr. Magruder was dispersing? Mr. Stans, no question about that. But those suspicions began to generate earlier than that, particularly on June the 28th, when Mr. Liddy was discharged for failing to cooperate with the FBI. Now, you stated in response to Senator Norway's question that you had no suspicions until March 23rd of this year. You stated in response to the question that I asked you that your suspicions arose earlier than that, but particularly on June the 28th. So when did you first get suspicious that something was rotten in Denmark?
Well, I think I can clear that up very easily. The first quotation you recited was as to men like LaRue and Kalmbach. And I was not suspicious of them until sometime after March 23rd. But my suspicions as to Gordon Liddy began to grow shortly after the Watergate affair. And that is the answer I was giving in the second part, so far as I can get it from your quotation. These were different people.
So you're suspicious about some individuals earlier than you were suspicious about others?
I was suspicious about Gordon Liddy within the week and 10 days that it evolved after the Watergate disclosure, yes.
But your early suspicions were not enough to arouse more suspicions, is that
not
correct?
as to the gentleman you named, particularly Mr. LaRue and Mr. Kalmbach, both of whom I held in very high regard. And I don't think there was anything in the public press or anywhere to point any fingers of implication at either of them.
Thank you, Mr. Stans. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman?
Yep.
I just have one clarification. Mr. Stans, you indicated in your testimony throughout that Mr. Sloan was in charge of the money which was collected and the disbursements of the money that was collected, and that your primary duty was to go out in the field and collect money and handle fundraising events.
That is correct.
Now, were you in California and Iowa on a similar mission?
Yes.
In early July?
Approximately July 11th and 12th, as I recall. Yes.
And when had you left for that trip from Washington?
Well, I had left for that trip on approximately July 5th. I went to Atlanta and several cities in Georgia. I went to Miami and elsewhere in Florida. Spent the weekend in Florida. From there to California. From there to Seattle. From there to Portland. From there to Des Moines, and from there to Dayton, Ohio, and I returned, I believe, on the night of the 13th, about 2 o'clock in the morning.
Were you in touch on or about the 6th of July with anyone connected with the White House or with the committee?
I was out of town then. I don't recall any phone calls until I got to Florida. I had a phone call from Bob Mardian.
And what was that telephone call about?
About the importance of my going to California. Mr. Mardian had been in charge of that region of states. There was a very difficult budget problem with the California Campaign Committee that had not been resolved. And he wanted very much for me to go to California and try to work it out.
And that was the only telephone call with Washington or anyone connected with the CRP or with the White House on that day?
Senator, I really don't know. It's the only one I can recall, and it was the important one because I tried to get out of the trip. I wanted to go directly.
Well, to the best of your recollection, was that the only call?
To the best of my recollection now, yes.
And to the best of recollection, to the best of your recollection, was the conversation confined just to the very subject and urgency of going to California?
It was confined to that subject and to the suggestion that Mr. Sloan join me in California.
Well, that's what I was getting to. Now, who suggested to you that Mr. Sloan join you in California?
I think it was Mr. Mardian.
Did anyone else call you?
Well, you're testing my recollection now, but I don't recall anyone else telling me.
Had you requested that Mr. Sloan join you?
No, I had not.
Did you ask Mr. Mardian why he should join you?
I don't recall any discussion on that. He thought it would be a good idea if Sloan were in California. It was one of our biggest states. The budget problem was serious. And whatever his reasons were for Sloan going along, I don't recall them at this time. I don't know that he even told me.
Did you ever use Mr. Sloan in California during that trip on budgetary problems?
Well, Mr. Sloan sat in the meeting.
Did he contribute anything to those meetings? Any input?
I don't recall that he did.
Did he stay with you in your room or in the same hotels next to your room?
I think he was in the same hotel in a room somewhere, but I don't know where it was.
Did he discuss the fact that Magruder had been trying to get him to perjure himself with you?
Well, I really don't know whether he discussed it on that trip or not, or whether that had come out earlier.
Well, you must have discussed something about the Magruder involvement during that trip, did you?
I don't think we did. I don't recall it.
Did you discuss anything about Watergate with Mr. Sloan during that trip?
Well, again, I think there were some discussions with Mr. Sloan toward the end of the trip, but let me tell you what we were doing. We had a budget meeting with the California people that lasted quite late. I flew that night quite late, well after midnight before I got to Seattle. The next day I had a series of meetings beginning with breakfast, private meetings, a luncheon meeting, and a series of other meetings, during which time Mr. Sloan met with the treasurer of the Washington Finance Committee. We left that afternoon late, or evening, I guess it was either late that evening or early the next morning for Portland, Oregon. and I had a similar schedule. Mr. Sloan again met and talked with the treasurer of the Oregon State Committee, so far as I can recall. We had a very busy time, and it wasn't until we got...
Well, you had a little social conversation together, didn't you?
Yes, we did, but the only ones I recall were...
Did you socialize about Watergate?
Senator, I really don't recall. If we talked about it, we talked about it in terms of the general interest, the nature of his concerns, but I don't know anything fundamental or new that came out in the course of that trip.
Do you mean to tell me that Mr. Sloan did not express to you his concern about Mr. Magruder's attempts to get him to perjure himself?
Well, I said, Mr. Sloan had said that to me on one occasion. I don't know whether it was on that trip or whether it was before we made the trip.
Would you say that it was either on that trip or before, one of the two?
I'd be inclined to think so, yes, but I'm not even sure of that. I don't see how I can fix the dates of any one of these
conversations. Then if you knew that,
And if he did that either on that trip or before, why do you say that you had no knowledge of anything disparaging about Mr. Magruder until March the 23rd of this year of 73?
Well, I don't really think I said that I had no knowledge of anything disparaging about Mr. Magruder.
I believe that was your indication.
I said I had no knowledge about anything disparaging about Mr. LaRue, Mr. Kalmbach, and others. But I did have in mind what Mr. Sloan had told me, but Mr. Sloan had told it to the grand jury, and as time went on, it was evident that the grand jury did not think that it was anything that they were going to act on. And that was, as far as I was concerned, the extent of my interest and concern.
Now, did Mr. Sloan divulge to you that he had had a meeting with the attorneys, Mr. Parkinson and Mr. O'Brien, and informed them of the attempt on the part of Mr. LaRue that he go before the grand jury and claim the Fifth Amendment?
I don't recall that Mr. Sloan ever told me that.
You were aware that he had met with Mr. LaRue on the day he returned from the California trip, were you not?
Well, I really have no direct recollection of it. I've heard his testimony later on to that effect.
He did call you on the telephone that night, did he not?
He called me in Des Moines or Dayton, Ohio, before I returned to Washington, yes.
And did you not tell him in that telephone conversation that you said, let us not discuss this on the phone, I will be in the office?
He was talking about his resignation. And I said, let's not discuss this on the telephone. Mr. Sloan is a very valuable man. I didn't want to lose him. It was one of the reasons why I welcomed him going on the trip. I wanted him to participate in the meetings, to hear the discussions, to develop some of the enthusiasm of the campaign. And I didn't want to lose Mr. Sloan, but it was evident that he had concluded he wanted to leave.
Well, actually, you were aware that there were more than 2 months between the time that Sloan talked to you and the grand jury acted, were you not?
I would say something like that, yes.
Were you not aware of this?
I think that's about what it was, yes.
Then, if Mr. Sloan resigned to you and discussed his resignation with you, do I understand that Mr. Sloan worked under you and was responsible to you for his acts as treasurer?
Mr. Sloan was responsible under the law for his acts as treasurer, directly in reporting to the Comptroller General. But I was the chairman of the committee. I coordinated its activities. Mr. Sloan consulted with me. I consulted with him. And the relationship was exactly as I've described it.
But in theory and practice, he did work under you.
On the organization chart, Mr. Sloan worked under me. Right.
Thank you.
You have it.
Mr. Secretary, in past scandals, political scandals, such as the Teapot Dome scandal, the crime involved was use of money for personal gain or personal purposes. Many have suggested that in the activities now under consideration by this select committee, none of the funds were ever used for personal gain or personal purposes. Are you aware if any of the funds under your control were ever used for personal purposes or personal gain?
I am not aware of anyone connected with either committee who profited financially as a result of any of these things other than a salary and normal reimbursement of expenses.
You can't quite be definite, can you, after you've told the committee that you are not aware what the cash disbursements were used for?
No, that's right. That's why I said I'm not aware of anything. Obviously, some of it apparently went to the lawyer of Mr. McCord, and Mr. McCord has testified that he got compensation continuing for quite a period of time after he was discharged.
Now, as the events have unfolded, have you, as chairman of the Finance Committee to re-elect the President, made any attempt to investigate what uses these monies were put to?
I'm not sure which monies you're referring to.
The cash disbursements.
The cash disbursements. I have not conducted an independent investigation that could be described in those terms. I have learned a great deal about these items. I have inquired into some of them. I'm conversant with most of them by this time, but not in terms of having made an investigation.
How would you respond to any inquiry by the Internal Revenue Service if they became interested in the use of these funds?
Well, again, it would be a matter of which funds. If I look at the chart and go down the names, I would say that it would be necessary for each of these people to justify his receipt and use of the funds, but I would not be in a position to know whether they could account for them properly or whether they would be taxable on them.
Now that there is a grave possibility that some of these funds have been used for unintended purposes, such as the cover-up, will you, as chairman of the Finance Committee, make an effort to get the funds returned to its proper place?
Senator, I hadn't thought of that as a responsibility until now.
Whose responsibility would that be, sir?
I don't know. I think I should discuss that with counsel and see whether there is a responsibility to recover any of those funds.
Do you think there's an obligation to those who contributed?
I think it's a very valid suggestion, and I thank you for making it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. Thank you.
The audience will please refrain from laughter. The committee has decided to, at least I think this is satisfactory to all members of the committee, and that we'll hold, if necessary, we'll hold a session Monday. Only in case we'll hold session Monday. Then the last week, of course, we have sessions scheduled for Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday of next week. And if it's satisfactory to the committee, I'd set hearings for Monday the 25th, Tuesday the 26th, Wednesday the 27th, and Thursday the 28th. That's the last week before the 4th of July recess. If there's any objection to that being done?
That's fine. Mr. Chairman, before you recess, if that is your intention, may I have the opportunity under the committee's rules of a closing statement?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Mr. Chairman, I want to thank the committee for your consideration and for the opportunity to me to present my story for the first time. I hope it creates a picture of a very difficult undertaking, a frenzied activity on my part and on the part of the Finance Committee in trying to meet the obligations of the campaign. I have done my best to recall from all the records I have everything to answer the committee's questions, but I'm only human and I can only tell what I know. Now, I do want to say something about three elements. First, I'd like to talk about the people in the Finance Committee. Under the conditions of separateness, and I won't use the term watertight in view of Senator Baker's comment this morning, but under the conditions of separateness between the two committees, I'm confident that no one in the Finance Committee, except of course Gordon Liddy, had any knowledge of or participation in the Watergate affair or any other espionage or sabotage activities. When all the testimony is in the course of your hearings, I'm confident that you will find that everyone connected with the Finance Committee has cooperated fully and that all of them are innocent of any involvement. I want to say so particularly with respect to our two treasurers, Hugh Sloan and Paul Berry. Now, much has been made of a few differences in recollection between me and Mr. Sloan. That ignores all of the common ground between our testimony, and there's a great deal of it. And above all, the differences that have come out between the recollections of Mr. Sloan and me really relate to financial reporting rather than to any responsibility for espionage or sabotage, not with regard to the Watergate affair. The second thing I'd like to talk about briefly is about the contributors. Among all of our committees in this campaign, there were about 1 million contributions received for the President and the Republican Party. Some of them came from wealthy people, some of them came from people in the middle strata, and some from poor people. We received amounts from $1 or less up to a very large amount in $1 million or more. I have always urged people in the course of my travels and solicitation to contribute according to their means, according to their ability to give, just as they pay taxes. So it's true, there were some large contributions, some very large contributions. But the idea is being purveyed in some circles that no one gives a substantial amount of money to a campaign without buying something in return, without the expectation of a favor. Now, I think most of the members of the committee would agree with me that that's vicious. That's a lie, and it's belittling to our self-respect as a people. I'd like to give a couple examples. Clement Stone of Chicago, pretty well known now, gave $2 million to elect the president. He gave a lot in 1968. He's a very wealthy man, and he can afford it. He believes in the president. He knows him. He's a friend. Clement Stone has never asked for anything from his government or the administration in return. He's done it because he believes it's a public service from a man of wealth. I'd like to give you another case. Ray Kroc is the man in Chicago who is responsible for the development of the McDonald's hamburger chain. I visited with him in Chicago in September for about 45 minutes. I'd never met him before. I talked about the campaign and we discussed his success story. Mr. Kroc said, on October 3rd, I'm going to have my 70th birthday. And in appreciation for what I've been able to achieve, I'm going to give millions of dollars of my money to charity. I said, Mr. Kroc, you are a beneficiary of the great American system, and I'm sure you believe in it. I have reason to believe that you think the President will help to preserve that system. And I'd like to make a suggestion. When you get to October 3rd and make those distributions to charity, why don't you at the same time give $250,000 to help re-elect the President? He did. There was no discussion in that meeting of anything else. Now, what happened after his contribution became known? First, the press accused him of making the contribution so he could influence the price commission on matters affecting his company. Secondly, he was accused of making the contribution so that he could get a lower minimum wage for the young people that worked for his company. He was insulted by these insinuations and falsehoods. They were vicious and unfair, completely conjecture without any fact whatever. My point is that there are many people like Mr. Kroc who believe in the country, who believe in the party, who believe in principles, and who may believe it at a given time in a candidate. There are very few people who want to collect in return for their contribution. And they don't get very far under either party that's in power, Democrats or Republicans. I think the time has come to express more confidence in the honor and integrity of our fellow men, whether they're rich or poor, and stop manufacturing reasons to attack people who merely exercise their right of citizenship by making a political contribution. I want to say one thing more about innocent people, and I'll be finished. In the course of all the things that have happened since June 17th, a lot of innocent people have been drawn through the mire of unrelenting publicity, insinuations, accusations, charges. I'll name a few: Kenneth Dahlberg, Dwayne Andreas, Robert Allen, and there are a considerable number of others who paid a horrible price merely because they participated in a campaign as a contributor or as a worker, in time and expenses and even in their reputation. There have been very damaging effects on their business and on their personal lives. That's very unfair. Somebody has got to speak up for those people. So when the committee concludes its work and writes its report, I hope it will make it clear that such people, and by name, are innocent victims of this tragedy. I hope that people like Hugh Sloan and others in the limelight of adverse publicity will be directly cleared. I put myself in that category. I volunteered or was drafted, whatever the case may be, because I believed in my president. You know by now from what you've heard, but I know you can't feel, the abuse to which I've been subjected because of the associations I fell into. All I ask, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, is that when you write your report, you give me back my good name. Thank you very much.
Mr. Stans, you were placed in a rather embarrassing situation in being called upon by the committee to testify. And that was the reason that I stated that I commended your lawyer for the very excellent and very eloquent statement that he made in support of your position. I'm a lawyer, and sometimes we lawyers get a little overzealous and all that, but I have a profound respect for the legal profession, and I don't think a finer service can be rendered than for a person to see, attorney to see that his client's rights are protected. Notwithstanding the fact that owing to the existing situation, it was somewhat embarrassing for you to appear, I want to thank you on the behalf of the committee for appearing before the committee and testifying in substantial details in connection with all the matters you ask about. And thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, before the witness is excused, I'd like to associate myself with the remarks of the chairman and also express our appreciation to Mr. Stans for appearing as a witness. I hope now that with this phase of his testimony concluded, that some concerns about the involvement in testimony in other matters and other forums has been dispelled, that we have not trespassed or encroached on other inquiries. We do not intend to put you in an embarrassing position. We do not intend to create for you problems and difficulties, but we do not intend to do less than the very best we can to get all of the facts and to follow those facts wherever they lead us. I think you've been very helpful in that respect, and we thank you for it.
Thank you.
It may be later, the committee may recall you for further testimony, not in connection with the matters you've been interrogated about, but in connection with the campaign contributions in general. But we'll try to do that at your convenience.
Thank you.
As far as possible. Thank you very much.
Tomorrow?
Yeah, well, the committee will stand in recess to 10 o'clock tomorrow.
So, as you saw, the end of the Maurice Stans testimony brought with it the most acrimonious exchange within the committee, as Senator Gurney criticized the chairman for what he called harassing the witness. Still, Mr. Stans managed to maintain the calm demeanor which has characterized his appearance. He may return later for more questioning on how he ran the finance operations generally. Next on the stand will be Jeb Stuart Magruder, the deputy campaign manager, who reportedly authorized the payment of large sums of cash to G. Gordon Liddy, of course, one of those convicted in the Watergate break-in. The key question for Magruder is what he knew of what Liddy was doing and who'd instructed him to include Liddy in his operation. Magruder was granted immunity earlier this week, and there are several theories about what he'll say on the stand. Meanwhile, an end to the hearings seemed further away. Chairman Ervin announced today that the committee will work a 4-day week for the next 2 weeks in an attempt to accelerate the pace. But as of now, no one's betting on when these hearings will come to an end or how close they will come to the start of the 1974 congressional races.
We have David Austern of the Georgetown University Law School and Herbert Alexander, director of the Citizens Research Foundation and a national expert on campaign financing, with us now. Gentlemen, first of all, I'd like to ask you, Mr. Alexander, is there something inherently evil about the use of cash in a political campaign, do you believe?
Secretary Stans suggested that there was a necessity for the use of cash in campaigns. It is true that in a campaign organization there must be petty cash. It is also true that sometimes money is raised in cash in small sums. Perhaps a collection basket will be sent around at a rally, and individuals should be permitted to contribute cash in small sums. I think that in terms of legislation, I would not be in favor of prohibiting the use of cash, but rather would circumscribe its use by saying that an individual could not contribute in cash in excess of, say, $50 or $100, whatever the amount the Congress might want to set. And I would also try to set some limits on the use of cash within the campaign organization itself. When an advance man is going out on a trip to set up a rally, he may need $100 or $200 in cash to pay incidental expenses along the way. And I would not try to inhibit that kind of activity, but rather to limit it.
Well, look, we just saw Mr. Stans being questioned about the advantages to a contributor, anonymity. In other words, what advantages this holds for a contributor. He was not asked, however, within that framework, what advantages giving cash has for a contributor. What are they from your extensive research in this area?
Well, of course, cash is a universal means of exchange, and it doesn't bring along with it the individual who may have given it. Cash could have come from any source, from any individual, and you can't establish a linkage between the giver and the receiver.
So it's double anonymity, in a way.
Absolutely.
Right. Mr. Austern, in the testimony of Mr. Stans, where he said that he gave $75,000 to Herbert Kalmbach on orders from high up or at the request of high up in the White House, I have a legal question, a hypothetical legal question. If it later is determined that that $75,000 was used for an illegal purpose, as has been alleged that it was used to help to assist in the Watergate cover-up. Is Mr. Stans legally culpable, even though he said he did not know, in fact asked, and Mr. Kalmbach refused to tell him for what purpose that money was going to be spent?
Well, Jim, as far as the criminal law is concerned, he is not culpable if he did not know. There are exceptions to that in the criminal law. Many states, many jurisdictions have a negligent homicide statute, so that if you kill someone with your automobile, and obviously didn't do it on purpose, that is nonetheless a crime. But when it comes to the illegal purpose of money that might have gone through Mr. Stans' hands, if he really did not know what the purpose of the money was for, then he is not criminally liable. However, let me add this. There are a number of civil suits which have grown out of the Watergate matter. One of them is a suit by the Democratic Central Committee against the Committee for the Re-election of the President and Mr. Stans and Mr. Mitchell and some other individual defendants. There the issue is somewhat different, particularly if negligence is claimed. And when it comes to negligence, the issue is not what Mr. Stans knew. The issue is whether Mr. Stans knew or should have known what the money was going to be used for. And the proof is very different. And if it can be shown that Mr. Stans was negligent and in fact should have known what the money was going to be used for, then he as an individual defendant could be liable.
One other seemingly peripheral question. Above and beyond the argument that we just saw between Senator Gurney and Senator Ervin and the whole thing from a partisan standpoint, how would you rate Senator Ervin as a country lawyer?
Well, I'd like to be a country lawyer the way he's a country lawyer. He has obviously a very superior legal mind. He plows right ahead when he asks the questions, and frankly, with a witness like Mr. Stans, that is what you have to do. Mr. Stans does not answer questions yes or no. He simply gives fairly long answers. And Senator Ervin just asks the question, and whatever response he gets, he goes right ahead and asks the next question, and that is frankly what you have to do.
All right, away from the hearing room today, Vice President Agnew's name received some indirect Watergate spillover. In a matter that has previously been linked with the Watergate probe, a county grand jury in Maryland came up with a 4-count sealed indictment against someone involved in last year's Baltimore dinner honoring the Vice President. That was the dinner where Maurice Stans advanced $50,000 to swell the kitty, an action that made the event seem more successful than it really was. As you'll recall, Mr. Stans testified about that today, as a matter of fact, and said that the money was, in fact, eventually returned to the national campaign. The identity of the person indicted won't be made known until the arrest is made, and that'll probably be tomorrow.
There are really two themes running through this investigation, these hearings, and the second one got quite an airing today. The main theme, of course, is to find out who did all the bad things associated with the Nixon campaign, illegal, improper, or unethical things. It's a search for the guilty and how high up the guilt reaches. The committee is grinding on with that process. The other process is to accumulate materials to help the Senate draft better campaign legislation, and that involves the morality of campaigning. Morality is a notoriously difficult thing to define, in politics probably impossible, but the committee's attempting it anyway. In the questions, particularly of Senators Baker and Ervin, there is a pattern of concern. A number of witnesses have been forced to probe their moral consciences in public. It may prove impossible to legislate these matters, but the hearings themselves could, by a repetition of their concern, help to promulgate a finer set of political ethics. Two broad generalizations, which might form the basis for such a possible code, have emerged from the hearings so far. One is that loyalty to any politician, even if he's the president, or to his political team, does not override a man's loyalty to his own moral conscience. The other theme was well put by Senator Ervin today. The conduct of people in high political positions should be guided by ethical principles which are higher than the minimal requirements of the law. For Jim Lehrer and Peter Kay, I'm Robert McNeil. Good night for NPACT.
From Washington, you've been watching gavel-to-gavel videotape coverage of hearings by the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities. This coverage is made possible by grants for special events coverage from the Corporation for Public Broadcasting and the Ford Foundation, and has been a production of NPACT, a division of the Greater Washington Educational Telecommunications Association.